3rd, 2015 meeting of the Edina City Council and the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Roll call, please, Ms. Megan.
Member Brindle?
Here.
Member Staunton?
Here.
Member Stewart?
Here.
Member Swenson?
Here.
Mayor Hovland?
Here. We have in front of us this evening a revised timed agenda for the City Council meeting. Is there a motion to approve the revised timed agenda for the City Council meeting this evening?
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to approve the revised timed agenda for the City Council meeting this evening. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Next is the consent agenda. There are half a dozen or so items on the consent agenda. Is there anything on the consent agenda that any council member wishes to remove for further discussion? All right. Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And Commissioner Callison, well, here she is, right there. We've got some special recognitions and presentations this evening. It's nice from time to time when we have our Hennepin County Commissioner with us, and now we can talk about our Hennepin County Commissioner also being the newly elected chair of the county board, which is a very nice honor and an appropriate sort of recognition for you, Commissioner Callison. So welcome, and we look forward to your report this evening. I'll call you Chair Callison, I think.
Either way, you can call me Jan as well. So this is actually, well, it's 2015. This is the last of my 2014 visits with all 16 of the cities in my district, and so you may see me twice this year as I do my 2015 visits in the fall. But I appreciate the time on your agenda tonight, and I have just a few things to bring you up to date on, some that concern Edina. Then I'm happy to take your questions or your comments. So in sort of the old news category, I wanted to let you know about the county levy that we passed way back in December. When people received their truth and taxation statements, we were proposing a higher levy than we actually adopted, so we reduced the levy by $4 million. And so the general operating levy for Hennepin County went up by 2.1% and not the 2.75% that was reflected in the truth and taxation statement that people received. There were really two reasons that we looked at increasing the levy. We haven't increased it that much in the past 4 years. It's been more flat or in some cases negative, but 2015 is the second year of our labor settlements. So we recognized 2 years ago that we were behind in terms of our staff and making sure that we paid them competitive wages so they would stay at the county. And so this is the second year of negotiated agreements on increases for our staff. Secondly, we have been concerned that we do not have enough people working in the social services area, and particularly for child welfare. And so we've increased staff in that area as well. And so those are the two factors that resulted in a higher property tax levy for 2015. We are proposing to regulate e-cigarettes in Hennepin County, and in fact, at the committee meeting of the board today, we passed on a 6-1 vote an ordinance that would regulate e-cigarettes as though they are cigarettes. That means that the Minnesota Clean Indoor Air Act would apply to them, and the same rules that affect cigarettes in terms of where you can smoke or not smoke would apply to e-cigarettes. Our process means this will come before the county board next Tuesday. I would expect that it would pass. It will apply to all the cities in Hennepin County. If you're not aware of the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District, you may not be focused on the fact that we're accepting applications for 2 positions. Each year we appoint members of the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District. This year there are 2 vacancies or 2 existing positions that will be open. Applicants include the existing commissioners or existing managers, but we also are accepting applications from people who live in the watershed. This is Minnehaha Creek, and that application period will be open until February 19th. So residents of Edina who live in that part of the watershed or live in that watershed are eligible to apply. You may have seen some information about Southdale, and that is an old building that hasn't aged particularly well, and so we're looking at either a massive amount of money to rehabilitate it or looking at alternatives to some of the services that we provide there. I don't have a lot of detail, but I want to let you know that we know they're important to this community, and so we're looking at keeping them in the Southdale area to the extent that we can. So I wanted to mention that. I also wanted to share some information you may not think about very often, but Hennepin County is part of the Metropolitan Mosquito Control District. That's a joint powers arrangement. And each year we get an update on some of the work. And so for Edina, you may not hear this very often. I thought you might be interested in statistics in terms of treatments. In Edina in 2014, 1,472 acres were treated for larval mosquitoes, 1,234 acres for adult mosquito control. There were almost 3,000 catch basins that were treated in Edina, and there were 20 calls, either talking about breeding sites, people annoyed by mosquitoes, restricted access, or public treatment requests. There were no tires in the city of Edina, and that's actually fairly unusual. It's amazing how many tires still have to be picked up because people have dumped them someplace. So that's the record in Edina in 2014 on mosquito control. And I left 2 documents at your seats. First is an update on Henningholm, Hennepin. 7 years ago, we adopted a plan to end homelessness in Hennepin County. And so we continue to work on that. It's been more challenging during the recession, as you might expect. But this booklet has a lot of information about the programs and statistics for youth, and I know that's an issue in Edina that's of interest for families and for single adults, and so I thought I would share that with you. And then I also brought along a fact sheet on Hennepin Health, and this is our innovative program in Hennepin County that takes a certain subset of our population and wraps or combines health services with social services and behavioral health services, recognizing that somebody's health also may depend on whether or not they're working and whether or not they have a home and whether or not they have a refrigerator, for example, if they're diabetic. So this will give you some of the outcomes. We are, for example, seeing the rate of emergency department use per 1,000 of these members declining by 9.1%. That's a much better way of treating somebody, just keep them out of the emergency room. And you'll see, for example, that for patients with diabetes, that the percentage of patients receiving optimal care has increased by 10.8%. So again, just some information about some county programs, and that's the material I brought with me, but as always, I'm happy to take your comments or your questions, and I appreciate the partnership that Hennepin County has had with Edina on a variety of issues over the past year.
Thanks, Chair Callison. Questions for Chair Callison? As you think about, from a board level, what to do with the county building over on York on that 8-acre site, you've got 3 primary functions over there. You've got the courts, you've got services, and you've got the library. Since this whole dialogue has become public and there's been conversation about it at the board level, I'd say that the email I see the most often is, don't lose the library. So as you go forward trying to figure out what's most fiscally responsible and sensitive to people's needs, I'd say put the library at the top of your list based on the emails that I've been receiving.
That's good feedback. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Next, we've got a presentation from the Metropolitan Airports Commission. We've got Dana Nelson with us, and I know there was an announcement earlier by Ms. Benarott that if in the context of public hearings, of course, we take public testimony, but with respect to these presentations and the special recognitions and presentations portion of the agenda, we're not set up, well, we are set up to take them, but we didn't announce these as report outs that would cause you to have to answer questions from the public, nor did we give people in our community notice that they could come and ask questions of the MAC. But it did make us think, when Ms. Benarott was talking about it, as to whether you might come back at some point during the summer, during the fall, and we have more of a public sort of engagement where you could make another presentation and people would have a chance in maybe a more casual atmosphere, less formal than we have at a typical council meeting, and answer questions about this noise abatement issue and RNAV, or next-gen technology. Would that be something that the MAC would be willing to think about?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we can definitely take that into consideration, and the MAC is always happy to come to the city of Edina and provide more information or have one-on-one dialogue with community.
Good. I see Commissioner Peelan back there, our representative, nodding her head affirmatively, and Chief Legal Counsel who lives in Edina, Mr. Anderson, smiling and nodding his head as well. So the other, yeah, good to see you too. All right, thank you. Ms. Nelson, go ahead. I think we're all eager as a council and as a community to hear a little bit about what's happening over at the MAC relative to this whole RNAV issue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'd like to first thank you for this opportunity to come here and speak to you.
Could you hold the microphone a little bit closer?
Sure. Is this better?
Yeah.
That's better.
Can everyone hear when she talks now?
Hello?
There you
Testing.
go.
Okay. All right, so thank you so much for this opportunity to come here and speak with you tonight. My name is Dana Nelson. I'm the Assistant Manager of Noise, Environment, and Planning for the Metropolitan Airports Commission. And what I would actually like to talk with you about tonight is a noise monitoring study that we underwent last year in the cities of Edina and St. Louis Park. This is kind of an outline of my presentation tonight. We'll cover the scope of the noise monitoring study. We'll go into the methodologies and the results, some of the conclusions that we came to, and then I'll open up to any questions from the council. And the full report is available on our website at www.macnoise.com if anyone would like to download and read the full report. So beginning with the scope, on May 8th, 2014, our MSP Noise Oversight Committee approved kind of a criteria that they wanted MAC staff to follow for a noise monitoring study to be conducted in the cities of St. Louis Park and Edina. The first bullet point that you see here is that the goal of the study was to assess existing aircraft noise levels in these two communities. The duration of the study had to be 2 weeks. And then the next 3 bullet points talk about where the locations of the noise monitoring must be conducted. The third bullet point there establishes an area, a study area, and I'll show you a map on my next slide. And 2 locations must have been located in the city of Edina and 1 in the city of St. Louis Park. And the specific locations must have been chosen by city staff from those 2 respective communities with consultation with MAC staff. And the final report had a deadline of December 1st of last year. So this is the study area that was established by our MSP Noise Oversight Committee. And you can see it largely is in the city of Edina and St. Louis Park. Some areas of Minneapolis and Hopkins are also included in there. But like I said, another point of criteria was that 2 monitoring sites had to be located in Edina and 1 in St. Louis Park. So these are the large blue dots show the location of the noise monitoring sites, and they were basically mobile noise monitors, portable suitcases with a microphone on it, and they were visited each day to conduct inspections and calibrations on the equipment. And then you also see here 39 of our permanent noise monitoring sites, kind of in relation to where we chose to do the mobile noise monitoring. The selection criteria for these mobile noise monitors, first of all, we wanted them on public land. We wanted to have access to them, like I said, each day so we can conduct inspections and required calibrations of the equipment. We also wanted to locate them where we knew aircraft operations were being conducted, since the purpose of the study was to assess aircraft operations and the noise impact from those. We wanted to look at where the aircraft operations were and locate these noise monitors in good locations to capture those. And we also wanted to locate them within close proximity to residential areas, because we wanted to know the noise impact to those residential areas. This graphic is showing a aircraft overflight, a density graphic of the overflights. So where you see the dark orange color, that's where the majority of the overflights were existing at the time. So you can see that the sites 102 and 103 in the city of Edina was located specifically for the departure overflights from the Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. And this graphic is just showing departures. You can see that Site 101 in St. Louis Park captures a little bit of the straight out departures from the airport, but really that site was located to pick up the majority of the arrival activity to the airport. Site 101 was located at the St. Louis Park Rec Center. Site 102, Arneson Acres in Edina, and Site 103 is the McGuire Park. So this is the same kind of graphic, but showing arrivals to Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. And this is where you can see why Site 101 was located in the city of St. Louis Park the way it was. It really is basically under the extended runway center line to one of our primary runways. And so we wanted to capture more of the arrival operations that impacted the city of St. Louis Park. Another thing I want to point out with this graphic is when we're in this kind of operational flow at the airport, we have arrivals coming in over St. Louis Park and the city of Minneapolis, departures over the city of Bloomington, Eagan, and Mendota Heights. And we have very few operations that go over the two monitors located in Edina. We had some days where we were in a southeast flow all day. So some of the days during our study period, we didn't have any aircraft overflights at these two locations in Edina. This slide is showing some of the results that we got from our noise study. First of all, the noise monitoring began on August 22nd of last year and concluded on September 4th. And the three tables are showing the aircraft event counts. Site 101 in St. Louis Park, like I said, primarily arrival operations and primarily on runway 12 right, which was where the extended runway center line was, where we wanted to pick up most of those aircraft operations. Some of them were to runway 12 left, which is the other parallel runway. And like I said, some departure operations were also captured from runways 30 left and 30 right, those that went straight out over the city. Site 102 was located at Arneson Acres, and we had the majority of the operations were departures off of runway 30 left, or the south parallel runway, that were turning left, kind of a westbound departure. Some of them also departed runway 30 right. They kind of crossed over and took a westbound departure as well. And Site 103, very similar story, located at McGuire Park. We had the majority of the operations were runway 30 left departures. Some were runway 30 right departures. As part of our noise monitoring report, we wanted to look at aircraft DNL levels, and that's day-night average sound level. It's what the FAA uses to determine noise impact around communities, around airports in the United States. So we took the measured daily DNL level from each site, and this is showing Site 101, and you can see the pink line showing the measured daily DNL levels for this site. We also calculated a 2-week average DNL level, and it's shown in a blue line, and you can't see it on this chart because it's actually sitting right beneath the yellow line at 54.7 decibels DNL. And then we wanted to compare it to what we model in the integrated noise model. And this is what we use to establish mitigation eligibility around the airport. And so we took the 2013, you might recall that the MAC is obligated to create an integrated noise model each year using the previous year's operational data. And we plug that into the integrated noise model, and it gives us a noise contour. So we took the 2013 I&M study, and we calculated the DNL level at this location and got 54.7 decibels, which is exactly what our measured 2-week average was in this case. This is the same type of chart for Site 102 in Edina at Arneson Acres. The measured daily aircraft DNL looks a little bit different. We had more fluctuations. Like I said, some days during this study period, we were in a southeast flow all day long, and that took place August 24th, 28th, and September 3rd. So during those days, we had 0 aircraft operations over these 2 mobile noise monitoring sites. The measured 2-week average DNL level for this site was 49 decibels DNL, and what we modeled from the 2013 actual noise contour was about 2.3 decibels above that. And the other site in Edina, the measured DNL, daily DNL levels look very similar to the other site in Edina. We had no aircraft operations on August 24th and 28th. The measured 2-week DNL average was 47.7, and the modeled 2013 DNL level was about 0.7 decibels above that. And what this does, when we compare it to what we model for the integrated noise model, it gives us a little bit of validation of what we're modeling. And since we're determining mitigation eligibility on those contours, it gives us that much more validation that what we're recording in those areas are actually what is supported in the model of the integrated noise model. So some of the conclusions that we came to. First of all, we felt that the purpose of this study was to, as directed by the MSP Noise Oversight Committee, was to measure aircraft noise levels to establish a baseline. And we felt that the data and this report adequately hit that goal. And secondly, the aircraft noise measurements that were recorded at these sites were exactly what we had expected. And comparing that to what the model, the integrated noise model, the DNL levels, validates that we were right on with the model that we use, and that the aircraft DNL level and the community DNL level combined are within a normal range for the suburban and low-density urban areas. Another conclusion that we came to was that each operation that was recorded at these mobile noise monitoring sites also registered noise events at our permanent noise monitors. We have 39 of them located around the airport, and that confirms our comprehensive array of the existing noise monitors, and we're confident that any experience, any trends or differences that the City of Edina sees in aircraft overflights will be recorded and monitored at our existing noise monitors. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I can stand for questions.
As you know, we had former council member Joni Bennett kind of monitoring the Noise Oversight Committee. We were allowed that participation level since she retired. Mayor Pro Tem Swenson has been good enough to serve in that capacity, and I'm going to turn to her first to see if she has any observations or comments or questions for you relative to the study.
Hey, Dana, thanks for coming tonight. We appreciate it. And it would be great if we could have some sort of town hall where our residents at some point could even ask other general questions. You know, we announced that this would discuss this 2-week study tonight. But when I look at all the questions that people have sent me in the last 2 days, they cover the gamut from this to all sorts of other things, trying to understand how the FAA and the MAC and the NAC all work together and who has priority over what. So it would be really helpful, I think, if we could do another learning session, and then they could ask specific questions. But ones that I would like to talk to you about right now that kind of relate to directly what you did and the questions that I received from our residents. Did you take into account when you place these monitoring devices a couple of things that were brought up? The areas where you've gotten some of the most complaints, because the areas that you are monitoring for us in the south part of our community, the complaint level's gone up for us considerably there. And is that an area that I would assume has also gone up from you, looking at your reports?
Council member, yes, it is. It was a consideration when we were locating the monitoring sites. We looked at a map showing the noise complaints coming from this city, and we really wanted to try and get the noise monitors out to those areas that were largely impacted. Now, part of the flight track density exercise that we went through also tried to get at where the community was mostly impacted by aircraft overflights. And that's, you know, where we expect to get more of the noise complaints from this city.
Sure.
And you're exactly right that is basically in the southern portion of this city, and that's where we really focused our attention.
So then, a couple of the follow-up questions to that is, I know that you wanted to put it on public land and you needed it to be secure. There's always the question then that public land tends to be parks, which tend to be grass and trees and things like that. And do they show the same kind of noise as opposed to having a street with hard surfaces and things around, a little bit more similar to a residential area, or would you expect the noise to be a little bit different when it's in the middle of a park?
That is a very good question, council member, and it was something that we also asked ourselves. And we first of all, grass does tend to absorb some of the noise energy a little bit more than, say, concrete that kind of bounces it back. But when we were actually locating each noise monitor, we looked at the first consideration was security. We wanted to be able to have assurances that the equipment wouldn't be tampered with, that nobody could go and pick up our equipment and walk off with it. So we located it so that we had assurances that it would be secure. And secondly, we wanted to listen to the surrounding area, and we wanted to avoid very loud community noise, such as busy freeways or train tracks. And then when we kind of found a spot, we also looked at the nature around it. And this is kind of getting to your point. One of our sites in McGuire Park was not located in the middle of the park, so the noise was not, drowned out or absorbed by the grass around it. It was actually very close to the street located at that park. Arneson Acres was a little bit more in the center of the park, but we actually picked the highest elevation at that park to try and get closer to the source of the noise. That was our attempt at that. I think it's not a very big elevation difference, but we did want to try and get it elevated because we do hear from communities, from residents that, I live on a hill, I'm that much closer to the source of the noise. You guys don't adequately measure that. So we wanted to take that into consideration as well.
Okay, Manager Neal, did you want to comment on that?
I do.
location?
Councilmember Swenson and members of council, I was involved in the decision-making process about citing them along with Councilmember Bennett, former Councilmember Bennett, and MAC staff. And the only thing I would add to what Ms. Nelson said is the additional factor, which I didn't see in the presentation, really was the geographic coverage of these monitors. So when we looked at this, you could see a concentric circle around the monitor, and so it was measuring an area of influence. And when you start looking at all the different criteria that she's described and trying to find those, I think we did a good job actually of finding locations in the area where we were receiving the most overflights, and also then worked with those criteria. And when you look at the geographic area that are influenced by the monitor, it didn't really make much difference if it moved over a block or a few feet this way or that way. That it was covering the areas that were influenced by overflights.
So Dana, when we look at those two monitoring sites and we think of circles of noise that they picks up, do they touch the two circles that those monitors go out from as far as the area that it monitors the noise accurately?
We modeled the area of influence after Site 1 of our permanent noise monitoring sites, which is the largest area of influence that we have in our permanent noise monitoring sites. So the two portable monitoring sites in Edina barely overlapped, but not much. But when you draw the area of influence around each of those sites, it basically captures the southeast and southwest quadrant of the city of Edina. And that was our intent, to try and capture all of that. And that being said, a lot of people look at our noise monitoring sites and think that an aircraft has to fly directly over it to register a noise event. And that's not true. It has to just be within the area of influence. And then we can pick up the aircraft noise event and match it with our flight tracking system.
Okay, and when I look at the top 10 loudest noises from the 3 temporary monitors, and then I look at the top 10 loudest noises from all of the 39 regular monitors. You know, those 3 temporary monitors had top 10 noises higher than at least 8 of the other 39. So, and then if I look at the DNL, the average was probably, there were 10 that were in the regular monitoring that didn't even hit that DNL. So does that give you any cause to think that maybe we should be adding monitors or moving monitors potentially? Because as we see the change in aircraft noise and the flight path change over our community, and maybe it's going away from other areas that don't necessarily need monitoring, is there any argument for putting in permanent monitors as we see the flight traffic changing, so we can kind of continue to monitor it and not just in a 2-week time where people say, well, what if it wasn't humid during that time? What if, you know, humidity tends the planes to be louder? Of course, it was so darn cold yesterday, I swore the planes were louder because it was so darn cold. But, you know, that argument that you just picked this 2-week period of time, that fear that you changed how you were routing planes and they were all taking off, going south and, you know, and landing coming in, so that there wasn't, you know, to be able to assuage people that really the monitoring can be accurate. 2 weeks for us, you know, is great, and we appreciate that effort, but I think we're hoping and wanting something a little bit more than that.
Councilmember Swenson, Mr. Mayor, we felt that this noise monitoring period was pretty representative of the average aircraft operation. And we did have some days where, like I said, we were in a full south flow operation. Now, the Federal Aviation Administration is the one to direct aircraft,
Yes.
both on the ground and in the air, and their consideration, they do not consider the location of our noise monitors when they direct aircraft.
But you know how that hierarchy works well. The average person sitting in this room doesn't understand that.
Sure.
So I think that's part of having monitors and part of getting information like that looks statistical and isn't just referenced by anecdote is important.
Mm-hmm.
So what I continue to hear from our residents is the importance of that. You know, that fear that we really didn't have airport noise when we moved in 10 years ago to speak of, it didn't really bother us, and now it's changed so dramatically. Well, we didn't monitor 10 years ago, so I can't, you know, look at and see, well, this street, this area, this, if it had a monitor, this is what they were hearing 10 years ago, and now this is what they're hearing today. I know what they heard for 2 weeks in August, but that's really the only thing that I know and that they know. So how do we get past that? Help us try to figure out a way to get past that.
That's an excellent point that you bring up, Council Member. And the fact that all of the aircraft noise events that were recorded at each of these portable noise monitoring sites were also recording noise events at our existing array of noise monitors gives us assurances that our existing array will pick up any trends that is seen in this city, in further cities out away from the Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. So what you're seeing and feeling and hearing in Edina is being recorded and monitored and tracked through our existing noise monitoring sites. And that's true for the city of St. Louis Park as well. All of the aircraft noise events were recorded at our existing 39 noise monitoring sites. So
I think what I hear you saying is, let's say the tracks went out and they stayed straight and they didn't turn left over the southwest community, our southwest area of our community. But let's say for the next year they went straight out instead in a pattern that I think maybe was more similar to what they used to. That you would then be able to project, because you would have that map that showed where all the arrivals and departures were going, that's highlighted by the different colors to show the intensity. And then you would look at that intensity and you would say, well, based on that intensity, this is what this area is hearing. Is that what I hear you trying to am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, you are. And what areas further out from our noise monitoring system is recording, or what the residents are hearing at those locations, that data is being picked up by our permanent noise monitors. And another thing...
Well, you can't pick up that southwest area of Edina by your permanent monitors because there isn't anything near that. So what I think you're doing is modeling.
Well, council member, let me give you an example. There was a very loud noise event that occurred at the St. Louis Park noise monitoring site during our study period. And that aircraft was also picked up by at least 3 of our permanent noise monitors at louder noise levels. So we don't need that site in St. Louis Park to tell us that that was a loud aircraft. We have the existing permanent noise monitors to tell us that, yeah, that was a loud aircraft. And we can also make we can look at trends for the city of Edina and say, okay, the noise monitors that are located in the western portion of the city of Minneapolis pick up the aircraft noise events before they enter the city of Edina. So we can look at what is happening at those at those noise monitors and look at the trends there. If those are increasing, the city of Edina noise is increasing as well.
Okay.
And another point that I also would just like to mention too is our annual noise contour report. And that's taking the actual operations from the previous year. So right now we're working on the 2014 actual operations and creating an annual noise contour out of that. And that'll tell us exactly what was happening last year in terms of noise impact. And that'll give us a good idea of how does that compare previously, and do we need to look at different areas of mitigation to include because of the possible increases in the annual noise contour.
And how many years have you done modeling? So how long can we go back to see the modeling?
Since 2007, we've done an annual noise contour.
And then the final question that I got a lot was the DNL, and that, you know, you refer to it as showing eligibility for mitigation of property, but, you know, there really isn't any more money in a federal rule change mitigation for insulation and new windows and things like that. So is DNL looking specifically at that kind of mitigation for property, or is DNL looking at other forms of mitigation?
The DNL is a noise metric that the Federal Aviation Administration uses to assess aircraft noise impact around airports in the United States. And they dictate that an airport must use this noise metric. It's the average day-night average noise sound level in determining the noise impact level. And their threshold is 65 decibels DNL, and they provide, or they approve mitigation for airports within the 65 decibel
So describe
DNL
what forms of mitigation that might be.
At this airport, that includes new windows, new doors. We actually have different packages that we offered as part of our consent decree agreement.
Right.
And the most extreme was a 5 decibel reduction for a home. So the interior of the home had to prove a 5 decibel reduction because of the noise mitigation that was, or home improvements that were offered to that home. The next step is offering either a $14,000 package of mitigation, some approved menu of construction equipment and windows and doors and insulation that we had, up to $14,000, or the homeowner could opt into a new a new AC unit and a $4,000 improvement in
but
mitigation.
that map of where that was offered is fixed. It's not going to change. It's not. That whole period of offering of that is over, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay.
We have an amendment to that consent decree, which states that from the annual noise contours that we generate each year, if a home is located within the 60 DNL noise contour and within a higher noise impact area than the 2007 mitigated area, which was used previously to determine mitigation, for a period of 3 consecutive years, then in the 4th year, that home will qualify for noise mitigation.
Okay. But it's nothing really that will ever potentially lend itself to any area of Edina because that the DNL numbers that we have don't come close enough to ever give us that kind of mitigation.
That's correct. It would take a significant increase in aircraft operations to push that 60 DNL contour into the city of Edina.
Okay. I'm going to
Thank you.
stand down and let anyone else ask questions.
Thank you. Member Brindle.
Thank you. I would like to better understand how DNL is measured, because it's a number, and some are high and some aren't, some are zero and some aren't. Is a DNL something that is measured during high noise time, or is it measured over a 24-hour period? Is the night measured differently than the day?
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Mayor, that is an excellent question. DNL is the noise metric that it takes single event noise levels for a given period of time and takes into account the duration of noise of the noise event, and it averages it out in a annual average day with a 10 decibel penalty for nighttime noise events from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. to account for the extra intrusiveness of nighttime noise. So that is kind of calculated into kind of an average 24-hour period for all of the noise events that took place during that time period.
So a noise level would be attributed to times during that day where there was no noise versus when there was noise.
That is correct.
I might be more confused than when I started. But I guess it's a measurement that to understand how it's being used, I'd like to better understand how that measurement is taken. So clearly somebody has sat down and said, this is the best way to do this so we get the clearest view of noise over time in a given corridor, if you will, such as one of the orange lines that were on the graphic. Say, by the way, can we have that? Can we have a copy of that presentation?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay,
I'd be happy
that'd
to
be
send
great.
it.
Thank you. But okay, well, I'm going to leave my question where it is because I'm not sure I'm going to understand more than I do right now. But it is something that I think in order to really, as a leader of our community, to best understand that, I need to have a better understanding of the metric, I guess. So I'll do a little backroom work on it, I guess. Thank you.
Councilmember Stewart.
The questions that I hear from the community have to do with, I think, an issue of fundamental fairness rather than of a specific measurement of any kind. In fact, there's some distrust that all the measurements and graphs are merely a way of jamming the RNAV system into effect when the issue that I think the community has is one of whether or not there's a fundamental fairness, that if all of the traffic from the airport is being routed over one particular corridor to the benefit of all the other space where that same air traffic used to fan out, that doesn't seem like it's fair because it puts all of the burden on the one particular community below that air lane.
Councilmember, Mr. Mayor, the area navigation, or RNAV, which you refer to, is an initiative by the Federal Aviation Administration to update the air traffic control system across the United States. Now, RNAV was a big topic of discussion here at the airport for the past couple of years, and specifically the RNAV departures, and specifically to the northwest of the airport over the city of Minneapolis and Edina. And rightfully so. It was a very contentious issue, and community residents had a lot of concern. And it was exactly to that point that they were very concerned about basically highways in the sky, or centralizing the aircraft operations over specific paths in the air rather than the fanning out that we see today. And I can say that because of community input and because of our MSP Noise Oversight Committee and actions taken by our Metropolitan Airports Commission, the FAA has decided to take RNAV departures off the table, and they don't plan on coming to implement them at MSP anytime soon in the future. With that being said, they have moved forward with RNAV arrival procedures. They're planning on implementing them March 5th of this year, with full implementation by March 24th. Now I'm going to state that they are overlays of existing procedures, and that differences in the way aircraft are flying today will not be noticeable from residents on the ground. They'll be very similar to what we experience today. And we'll continue to have the vectored, or the fanning out of departures from Minneapolis.
And is that just a temporary hiatus in the effort to implement RNAV, or is it a permanent?
That's unknown to the MAC, and I believe it's unknown to the local Federal Aviation Administration personnel. We have not heard any plans to move forward with it in the future, but if they ever do, we have a pretty solid foundation of a plan to address some of the community concerns and provide adequate community input in that whole process. And there was a Noise Oversight Committee resolution that was passed last year that went directly to that point. They wanted to ensure that there was adequate community input and outreach while the procedures were being talked about and designed, long before they're completed in the design phase. They also wanted to see a case study of an airport of similar size and close to residential areas, similar to MSP, that already have the RNAV departure procedures in place, and see what the FAA had learned from that case and how they were going to approach it and really address the issue of community concerns of the departures and kind of the centralizing of aircraft noise. And so that lays a foundation of how the airport would want the FAA to go about the process in the future.
Thank you. We first got involved in this whole discussion about RNAV, next generation technology, as mandated by Congress. We were really grateful to the MAC and all the commissioners that helped us hold off the RNAV process on a departure basis. We understood what happened here in terms of inbound, but I want to reinforce my gratitude. When I watched CBS Morning News last week, they were meeting with residents of Phoenix, and they've implemented RNAV on an outbound basis in Phoenix, and the sense you had was that nobody really knew that this was coming, that the mayor had no idea it was happening, the city council had no idea it was going to be implemented. The FAA said they told the people at the airport, but if they did, the people at the airport didn't express that concern to anybody. And now, over the historic central part of downtown Phoenix is a brand new exit strategy for the airport. And it's cooking planes out every 3 minutes over this historic district. That is exactly what we wanted to avoid having happen here with our 50th and France area, and then also the area that was to the south along the crosstown. So I want to thank you again for fighting for us and holding the FAA at bay while we try to work on this solution to the problem together. Now, one of the things that we've all been concerned about, I think, is the type of aircraft that are coming in here and leaving here. And so when you talk about DNL, it's really the average sound level for aircraft noise measured in decibels. And I'm wondering if there's some way to look at those top 10 noise events in that 14-day period in August and determine what type of aircraft were involved to see if there's any kind of consistency there. Where we might, with the MAC, or on our own develop a strategy of trying to talk Delta or wherever else is flying a predominant sort of aircraft that's causing the most noise to sell them or get rid of them. Update your fleet. You know, don't take so much pride in buying a plane that's 30 years old and upgrading it with $6 million and then using it in our community. 20, 30 years ago, it was state of the art. Well, it's not anymore. So if you can look at that information, I think that might be helpful for us.
I think you can.
Yeah.
Because it seems to me your website allows you to do that. You can actually see the flight number of the plane that is going over your house with your website.
Yeah. So if you could help us with that, I'd appreciate it.
Councilmember, Mr. Mayor.
And then
that is correct.
you talked a little bit about trends, and so, you know, I think we've all had a sense, maybe we've got a heightened sense of this whole notion of increased commercial air traffic, but it does seem like flight density and runway use has been more predominant in a northwest fashion, which brings it out over Edina, and it would be nice to see that data as well, because I think even if we're using the fanning pattern, if you can still suffer death by 1,000 cuts, you know, and so we know that there are ways to go to the south out over commercial industrial areas that aren't going to impact people in Egan or Apple Valley, and we just want to make sure that you're keeping safety in mind, number one, that you're looking at options that don't necessarily, despite the weather and the prevailing wind pattern, overuse things going to the northwest, and just be cautious about that as you look at this. I know that's not the MAX issue; it's the FAA and the air traffic controllers. But we'd like your assistance in looking at this data and trying to figure out a strategy that would deal both with the existing pattern on departures, but also as we work towards the inevitable implementation of next-gen technology, how we're going to make sure that we share the pain from being close to the airport in the future. And then I'd really like to talk to the MAC a little bit about this whole aircraft type strategy, because I think that could be an important element of this whole thing. Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Nelson? Member Brindle?
Just looking at, we got several emails from residents, and one mentions that next-gen RNAV will be implemented for arrivals to MSP beginning in March.
That is correct.
Okay. And do you know what flight paths the FAA will implement those on?
Councilmember, Mr. Mayor, the arrival operations, the RNAV procedures are overlays of the existing arrival procedures today. And I'll give you a couple reasons why. All aircraft arriving to MSP have to line up with the extended runway center line to each runway. So that runway center line, or that final approach, is not moving. They're going to, if arrivals were over your home today, they'll be over your home tomorrow under RNAV as well. If they were not over your home today, they will not be over your home under RNAV.
Okay.
I think the other thing that I found really interesting, because the woman from the FAA came to the NAC meeting to present information at the last meeting, and arrivals are always a priority for an airport. So they want to bring the planes down safely first. Takeoffs are a secondary issue. So that was interesting in itself, that there is a priority in how you can always ask airplanes to wait at another airport before they take off if you've got a delay problem at your own airport. But you have to get the airplanes that are in air down as safely as soon as possible.
Yes, and if you ask any Federal Aviation Administration tower employee, they'll tell you that number one concern is safety. Number two is capacity. And if those two are met or not considerations, then they have more discretion for noise abatement procedures. And that capacity piece is exactly what you're referring to, is they look at aircraft arrivals and they want to land those as soon as possible without instituting any delay in the airspace system, because delay increases causes for safety. It increases workload for the air traffic control personnel. When an aircraft is inbound to arrive at Minneapolis and they have to delay, they're either reducing the speed or they're basically making that aircraft turn a racetrack in the sky and kind of slowing that aircraft down to adequately keep separation from other aircraft arrivals. And so that is right. They prioritize arrivals over departures. And with our runway system that we have at Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport, a northwest flow, departures over Minneapolis, and arrivals over Eagan, Mendota Heights, and Bloomington offers more capacity because you've got 3 runways to land on. And so they like that kind of configuration because it offers the capacity piece. When there's high demand, they have more capacity when they're in a northwest flow.
The other thing that I learned is that they hardly ever change their pattern during a day. They set it for the day and they try to keep it because trying to change it is very difficult. So they don't ever switch up landing from the south and then flip it around and land from the northwest. They stay with one pattern for the day. The most interesting thing is, though, that there's an option called RUS, or Runway Utilization System. What is that? Is that what it stands for?
The runway use system, yeah.
Use system.
It's a noise abatement procedure that we have at the airport that has a prioritized system of runway use. And it basically prioritizes departures over arrivals because departures have louder noise impact. And it tries to prioritize runway use so that departures are to the south of the airport over the Eagan-Mendota Heights departure corridor, the largely industrial and commercial area of those cities. And then the second priority for departures is runway 17, specifically because of the Minnesota River Valley, offers a little bit more noise abatement. And then the third priority is balanced use of runway 422. And that is the crosswind runway. It's very rarely talked about, very rarely used. It's the longest runway that we have at the airport, but it intersects all 3 of the other runways. So when it's in use, our airport effectively turns into a 1-runway airport, and capacity goes way down. And then the last priority is departures off 30 left and 30 right over the city of Minneapolis.
So where the MAC and the NAC may request that the FAA use RUS and that they send more planes taking off towards the southwest, ultimately it's the FAA that makes that decision. Is that correct?
It is the FAA that makes that decision, yes. And our role, we view our role as the MAC to work with the FAA. And fortunately for the case of Minneapolis, we have a very strong relationship with local FAA controllers here. And that isn't the case at every airport in the United States. We're very lucky to have a close relationship with them, and we regularly meet with them. And the topic that we are discussing right now is the runway use system. And they're looking into perhaps ways that they can extend what they call mixed flow use. So departures over the Eagan-Mendota Heights departure corridor and arriving on runway 35 over Bloomington. So they're looking at ways that they can possibly use that kind of operational flow for longer periods. Right now, they tend to use it early in the morning. First of all, the wind and weather have to cooperate. And in that case, you're basically departing to the south and arriving from the south. So the wind has to be very light. Also, the demand has to be pretty light as well because you've got 2 departure runways and only 1 arrival runway. So they're looking at the nighttime period, specifically the shoulder hour periods, trying to see if perhaps there's a way that they can use that mixed flow a little bit longer and be more compliant with the runway use system.
Thank you.
I could probably ask questions for another hour, but I think I'm going to sit back, and I think we'll work on putting together a meeting where our residents and Minneapolis residents, will maybe do it in conjunction with Fair Skies, can get more information as we all work our way through this But I appreciate you coming tonight and taking all this time, Dana.
Good.
Thank you.
We've got a couple of commissioners back there, I noticed. Would you, commissioners, any commissioners that are here, would you come forward and introduce yourselves real quick from the MAC? Lisa, Paul.
I'm Paul Raycamp. I live in my car driving between Marshall and Alexandria and a place I own in Centennial Lakes.
I'm Lisa Peelan. I live in St. Louis Park. I get all the arrivals over my house. And I represent District C, which includes Bloomington, Richfield, Edina, St. Louis Park, Southwest Minneapolis, and going north, Crystal, and Robbinsdale, and Hopkins.
Thanks. Thank you. All right, we've got a few staff folks here as well. If you just stand up so folks in the audience can know who you are, we appreciate it. That's good. Thank you. Now, for the folks at the MAC, whether you're staff or commissioners, most of this council is going out to the National League of Cities meeting first part of March, and we leave on a Saturday. I think we've got a noise meeting with our federal folks on Sunday. So if there's anything you want us to know or impart in the way of information or inquire about, whether it's with elected officials or other regulatory people that we might be meeting with, please let us know by the end of February anything that you think would be valuable for us to have from a knowledge standpoint. So thanks for coming this evening, and we'll look forward to the public presentation as well. Mr. Leckley, thank you. All right. We've got two public hearings this evening. The first one involves a proposed tree ordinance that has been worked on diligently by members of our community and the Planning Commission. Mr. Platiter is here. I think Carrie Teague's going to introduce the topic. And then the second hearing we have involves a request for permission to work within the conservation easement over on Highwood Drive. We'll take the tree ordinance matter up first. Director Teague.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. The ordinance before you regarding tree preservation, the basis of the ordinance, it comes from the work session that the council had with the Planning Commission back in October of last year. So over the past several months, the Planning Commission has been crafting the ordinance, revising it, and the ordinance before you this evening is a result of their work over the last several months. Michael Platiter is here, the chair of the Planning Commission, and he's here to help answer any questions that you may have. What I thought I would do is just quickly go through a summary of the ordinance before you, and then we can take questions and then open up the public hearing.
Thank you, Director Teague.
So this ordinance applies to all demolition permits, subdivisions, and building permits. That's building permits for a new home, in addition to a home, or an accessory structure. So with each of those permits, a tree inventory plan would need to be submitted that would show the species, caliper inch, and the health of a tree. A protected tree is defined in the ordinance as a deciduous tree that's 8 inches in diameter, or a coniferous tree that's at least 20 feet tall. That excludes box elders, poplars, willow, silver maple, black locust, fruit tree, and a mulberry tree. Those are not considered as a protected tree. So the ordinance allows, if you're doing a subdivision, have a building permit or a demolition permit, removal of a tree without replacement within the building pad area and 10 feet extended from that building pad. Also within a driveway and 5 feet extended from that driveway. Also areas that are excluded or replacement trees not necessary is within areas where there's public infrastructure. So it would be a street as part of a subdivision, utilities, sewer, water, or a stormwater retention pond would also be exempt from having to replace a tree. So any tree that's removed in association with one of those applications would have to be replaced on a one-for-one basis. And those replacement trees would, for a deciduous tree, would have to be at least 2.5-inch caliper and a 7-foot tall coniferous tree. Trees would need to be protected during construction. That would be part of that tree plan that's submitted with the building permit. That would be reviewed by our city forester. So before work would commence on the property, the forester would go out and take a look at that protection fencing that's been installed after review of the plan, just to make sure it's in place. Any tree that is required to be replaced that dies within a 3-year period would have to be replaced. The forester would inspect the property at the time of a certificate of occupancy for that building permit, and then also we would perform an inspection after that 3 years to make sure that the trees are living. There's also a provision within this ordinance. It now applies to a subdivision ordinance, the subdivision section of the code, which it didn't last year. So we took this opportunity to do a little housekeeping or cleanup, if you will. Many of the council may remember the subdivision that we did out on Merrill Lane, where we had a set of standards that talked about the character of a neighborhood and judging a subdivision by that. As was recommended by the city attorney, if a plat meets all of our standards, we can't apply those types of conditions based on character of the neighborhood. So we're not eliminating any of those provisions, we're just shifting it to be considered when a variance is associated with a plat. So that is also included within this ordinance. While this ordinance doesn't quite have the staff impact that the one we considered previously, there still will be some impacts in regard to the work of our city forester. That's currently a 3/4 position. So to really enforce this ordinance properly, that position would really need to become full-time. So with that, myself or Chair Platter could answer any questions that you may have.
Chair Platter, you want to come up to one of the side podiums just to be prepared? And Director Teague, we have questions from any of the council members for either Director Teague or Chair Platter. Member Brindle.
Hi, Mike. I think staffing really is my big question. Enforceability of this does depend on whether we have staffing in place to really do what needs to be done to help homeowners, property owners, understand what their options are and enforce the tree ordinance. Do you have a guess as to whether this is a half-time position or if this is reasonably added to a 3/4 time position?
I think we want to ask that Director Teague or Manager Neal.
Okay.
Yeah, in discussions with the city forester, his main focus is on our parks and trees within the parks. He does spend time on private property, but in order to really, we're seeing up to 200 building permits at least per year. So that's going to take a lot of time to review those plans and then perform those inspections. Well, now, there's other staff that are on construction sites that may be able to assist. But I think turning the forester position into full-time would allow them to dedicate extra time for this ordinance.
Yeah, Your Honor, members of the council, I would concur with that. Eden Prairie is a much larger city just geographically. It's 36 square miles compared to our 16, but there's 2 full-time foresters in that city. If we increase the intensity of this workload, it requires a minimum of full-time, and there's also some of that workload we could handle with existing employees in other departments. As Director Teague mentioned, we can train some of our building inspectors or engineering staff who are making visits to building sites to also look at trees and just to make sure that they are protected. So that part of it I think we can handle, but there is an element of this workload that's very specifically forestry related that we want a forester's eyes to see, and if that workload's increased, then yeah, there's definitely an impact on that staffing need.
So the impact that is anticipated is increasing Tom Horwath's position to full-time.
Certainly, yep.
Is he not shared with the city of Richfield? He used to be.
I'm not aware of that.
Oh, okay. He must just be Edina now. Yeah. Okay. At one point he was shared. Okay.
He's not now. I don't know when that was.
All right. Thank you.
What's the potential source of funds for adding that additional capacity?
I don't know that we've identified that source of funds at this point. there's certainly development, depending on how this, where the bulk of their workload comes from. It could be development-based revenue, or it's going to be a general fund-based service.
Could it be building permit based?
That's what I mean when I
That's what you
say
said.
development fund.
We could adjust building permits to accommodate this?
If there's a bona fide connection between the payment of building fees and this particular service, you can make that connection. And I think in this case there probably is.
Member Staunton, or Member Brindle, were you finished with your questions? Member Staunton, did you have some questions or comments?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Chair Platter. Welcome. Good to see you. I wanted to commend Mike on his work and the others on the Planning Commission. This has been in the works at the Planning Commission for close to a year, I think, and a lot of good effort has gone into this. And I think one of the things that people should realize about this ordinance is that it's in many ways a modest attempt. What we're really focusing on is existing construction sites. We're not talking about tree preservation on sites that don't have any activity going on. We're just trying to address those situations where it's just as easy as not to take down a tree as you're going through a site trying to build on it. And I think this sets a nice tone of just giving people pause before they're taking trees out and requiring that they replace them if they take them out of places where they don't have to. One thing that I would add, I did get a comment by email from a resident who's been following along on this that had an interesting suggestion about transplants, that he saw that there was some work being done in Minneapolis on transplanting trees, and he was suggesting that we maybe add something to the ordinance that if a tree was transplanted from a site to another site, that the property owner get credit for that and not be required to replace on top of that. It wouldn't require anyone to conduct a transplant, which can be a pretty expensive exercise. But certainly if somebody goes to that length, it seems to me they ought to be able to do that. And I didn't know, Chair Platter, if you had any thoughts on that, whether that would be acceptable or not.
I think that would be acceptable. Right now, it does say if no place on site can take a tree, it could be on public land anyway. So I think actually transplanting something would definitely meet that intent also.
Okay.
Makes
So
sense
do you
if somebody
think
wants to do that.
do you think that we would need to add the language? I know I had forwarded that language to you. Do you think that's necessary? Do you think it's covered by what we already have?
It probably would need to be an add in there for that language. I don't think it's exactly covered as it is right now. That'd be my opinion. If that's the case.
And I don't know, Carrie, if that got circulated to the council or not. No.
It didn't, but we could insert some language for second reading. This is the
So I was
first
thinking too, we
reading,
could
so
take this on
that's-
first reading and then take any suggestions, yours
Yeah,
included,
that'd be fine.
for
I think it
second
makes
reading.
sense.
Member Stewart.
Good evening. I believe this tree provision brings us in line with a number of other communities in the area. Can you just mention a few of those that are we're now sort of falling in line with them?
Yeah, one of the I wouldn't say the complete basis for this, but one of them in particular is Minnetonka. Now, they have different situations there because they have a lot of parcels that have never been developed versus Edina's a lot of more redevelopment. So a lot of the basis for this was from that ordinance. I believe St. Louis Park has a minimal one. City of Minneapolis has something in particular to their boulevard trees. They have a lot more than that for those pieces. So those are some of the ordinance we looked at to get some basis for this also. And again, a lot of those other communities don't necessarily have all the tear downs and the rebuilds, although Minneapolis is getting there, that Edina is experiencing right now. So this really is meant to go after that piece of the market.
Thank you.
Other questions for Director Teager? Chair Platter, as Member Staunton points out, we looked at this several months ago and had some suggestions for you, and you generously went back to the drawing board, didn't say, I've had enough of this, and you guys, you took our thoughts to heart and went back and worked on the ordinance, and I think everybody's pretty comfortable with it. So thank you for all the good work that you've done, and any of your colleagues that worked on it as well.
Thank you for consideration of this tonight.
Public hearing.
Member Staunton?
Is there a
Yeah,
public hearing?
we're going to do
Okay,
a public
then
hearing. I
I'll-
just wanted to
then
thank
I'll
him
hold
for.
my next comment.
All right, we're going to open this matter up for public testimony. if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to come forward and testify, you'll have 3 minutes, and feel free to come forward. If you need to use an overhead, we can use the center console and give you a handheld microphone, and then you'll have a warning light at 30 seconds, yellow light that will tell you you've got just a short amount of time to go. So feel free to come forward and give us your name and address if you'd like to testify regarding this matter. Yeah, Ms. Beal.
Hi, I'm Heather Beal. I'm a 22-year resident at 4236 Crocker Avenue in the Morningside area of Edina. I wanted to first thank Commissioner Carr and Commissioner Platter for all their hard work on this. You'd be surprised how many people in the community, just general buzz, thought it already passed, as I was telling people that it was up for discussion. Anyway, I'd like to wholeheartedly support the tree ordinance. That's my personal opinion for reasons I've blogged about and written about. I support the passage of it, and I advocate for proper staffing levels to assure the preservation of natural amenities in our community, which in this case I'm specifically referring to trees, and the beautiful canopy provided by legacy trees in particular. I believe that many of those natural amenities drew us to this community and distinguish us in the Twin Cities. So I put great value in those. And then I need to thank Councilmember Swenson for mentioning something that I never thought of, and I don't know if it's been addressed, but I thought I should at least make it part of the public record. When we were talking about another matter, I'd never realized that trees absorb sound, airport sound. So I would say that's another reason to keep the trees. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Beal. Anyone else? Welcome.
Hi, my name is Mark Chamberlain, 7004 Bristol Boulevard. Excuse me. I believe Councilmember Stoughton touched on this, but I'd just like to get clarification that this ordinance does not apply to a property owner that wants to take down a tree on their property if there is no construction involved. Could you respond to that?
Yeah, I think that's correct. Carrie, you can confirm that for me.
That is correct.
All right.
My name is Jim Groats. I live at 5513 Park Place. I would like to thank Commissioner Platter, Commissioner Carr, and current and past members of the Planning Commission for having worked so hard on this. I'm in support of this ordinance. We have to start somewhere. I would also like to see some things considered going forward once we get this thing rolling. I picked up a survey on a house that's being built adjacent to us yesterday. It had just been filed. And I noted on a survey that virtually none of the conditions, none of the requirements to obtain a permit were on there. However, there were 3 trees on the survey, and all were cut down last year. So in other words, we're coming in with a survey, and it's not showing the trees that are there, and it only shows the trees that have been cut down. I think that Edina has to step up and realize we do not have to do business with licensed professionals that insist on cheating. We do not have to do business with these people. And I would like to see something put in this, that if you want to cheat on trees, and you want to cheat on other items that are required, that we just merely tell you, I'm sorry, we're not going to take any of your work for the next 5 years. We need to send that message. You want to come here and cheat, you get caught, there's penalties. And I think it is just so ridiculous that this survey only shows the 3 trees that have been cut down, and it doesn't show all the trees on the north property line, nor any of the other requirements. And thank you for your time, and thanks again to the Planning Commission for starting this.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second?
We got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion, all those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Carried. Do we have a motion on this matter on a first reading basis, and then we can talk about some amending language?
Before a motion, there's just one quick thing. On page 4, just one editing thing that I did talk with Carrie Teague about earlier. On page 4, there's item number 3 in red, ends with et cetera, to take et cetera off. That was actually in the list of edits, and I think it just got missed. So it's that et cetera right there. So et cetera would just, I think, muddies up the understanding of what number 3 is. Makes you think what else could apply, and a period just ends it with the solar.
But does it limit, is the idea that you want it to limit it to solar energy systems, or is the idea that you're saying to direct sunlight for solar energy systems or other systems? Are there any other systems to date that you would want to list there?
The requirement for solar systems, the variance for that, is right out of the statute. And so that's why it needs to be in there, the solar systems.
The et cetera part.
That's not Member Swenson's question.
The et cetera should not be
That
there.
should be deleted, et cetera. You can't have an ordinance that's vague and that leaves you guessing what it might mean.
Right.
So et cetera should go.
So we have solar energy systems because we have to, but is there any other item that might be affected from the lack of direct sunlight or inadequate access to direct?
All right. So the other way to put the question to you, Roger, would be, could you have the language read resulting from an extreme physical hardship, including but not limited to topography, inadequate access to direct sunlight for solar or inadequate access to direct sunlight for solar energy systems, or is that great vagueness?
I think that's fine.
Because the idea is, I think as Member Swenson points out, is that these are meant to be illustrative of things that could create an extreme physical hardship, but aren't intended to be the sole factors that could affect or create extreme physical hardship.
Thank you for so eloquently stating what I really hadn't done as good a job stating.
That was good. So,
All right, have we got exactly what you want to say? Say it again,
that the
please.
variance is to correct inequities resulting from an extreme physical hardship, including but not limited to topography, including comma, but not limited to comma, topography or inadequate access to direct sunlight for solar energy systems, period.
So we also strike the word such as.
Such as would be
Okay.
out, would they be deleted as well? Correct.
All right, with that, I will move.
Excuse me, just one suggestion, and this is really something that's talked about a lot, actually. When you say including, you don't need to add, but not limited to. The use of the word including takes care of that.
All right, so just use the word including.
Just including?
That's a
Okay.
nitpick.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, and then maybe we should, before we have a motion, we should consider Member Staunton's suggestion. And you have a place you would like to put that language?
You know, I don't. I had passed it along to staff, and what I'd suggest is that maybe Carrie include it for the second reading, and then we can consider it at that time.
And the notion would be
it
that
captures the concept of giving credit for a transplanted tree. If someone goes to the trouble of taking a tree off the site, transplanting it elsewhere, we would give them credit for having not taken that tree down.
Okay.
Since the ordinance as drafted does include giving credit for a replacement tree down on site, I feel like it's quibbling to determine whether or not the replacement tree is the same tree that was just replanted or whether it's a new tree. I feel like it might already be covered.
Well, if it's covered, I'm fine with that, and I guess I'd leave that. I know Commissioner Platter gave us his opinion on that, but if staff wants to look at it and give us guidance at second reading as to whether, I don't want to be redundant if it's already covered, but if it's missing, perhaps that's something you could advise us on at the second reading.
It's probably covered, but we could throw a few words in there so it's clear.
Fair enough.
All right, so you get some direction there. And then Member Brindle's changes on page 4, paragraph Arabic 3. Now, do you want to move that with the changes on paragraph 3 and the concept of credit for transplanted trees?
Yes. So I'm moving ordinance number 2015-25.
On a first reading basis.
On a first reading basis.
Second.
With the changes made. Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. All right, now we're moving on to the second public hearing of the evening. And this is a request by some of our Edina residents that are purchasing a piece of property at 5238 West Highwood Drive for permission to work within a conservation easement. Director Teague has this matter as well.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. As mentioned, this is a request to work within a conservation easement or a natural condition conservation restriction, as it's titled in the document, at 5240 West Highwood Drive. The property is located on Mirror Lake here. The golf course that you see to the north is the Interlochen Country Club. Property is on the south side of the lake. As you see, there are a number of homes that have lawns manicured down to the lake. Generally, around most of the lake, there are trees along the lake shore, kind of a variety. As you see across the lake, these homes are manicured down to the lake. You can see the natural area on the subject property and the property to the south on this aerial. So this is a look across the lake at the existing home. So what the applicant is proposing to do here is tear down the existing home, build a new home, and perform some work within that easement area. So this is a look at the plat that was approved for this area. It was approved back in 1981. The area highlighted in yellow is that conservation easement along the lake. So it's established just across those two lots. In going back to review the minutes when this was approved, there was a lot of discussion about park dedication. Just to the north is the Fox Meadow Park that extends to Blake Road. The minutes highlight discussion about extending that natural area along the lake. And at that time, the park didn't extend all the way to Blake Woods, and that was an important consideration at that time. In the end, the council, rather than taking land for the park dedication, the condition on this plat was for fees in lieu of land. So there was not a park dedication requirement to dedicate land to the city. It was fees in lieu of land. The applicant at that time, however, did dedicate this easement area on the lakeshore. It wasn't a requirement, or it wasn't a condition of the city council at that time. The only condition on this plat was fees in lieu of land for the park dedication. So this is a look at the proposal. The area highlighted in red is that easement area. So the work that they're suggesting to perform. Just to back up, the easement itself is included in your packet, and it does say that it prohibits work within that easement unless the city approves it. So the request before the council is they're seeking permission to work within that area. So the work would include constructing retaining walls. You see they'd like to create a pathway down to the lake. There would be a number of trees removed. They're highlighted by the X's here. We did have the forester go out and take a look at some of those trees. He did find that there are several that are in poor condition. There's a large 30-inch oak that was actually dead and needs to be removed. He did note that there were some trees worth saving, and potentially, if the applicant worked with the forester, there's some that may be able to be saved. So he did suggest that if the council is inclined to approve this, that the applicant work with the forester on a plan to try to save some additional trees. They would be doing some grading. The house sits on a hill and it does slope down toward the lake. Those slopes would remain, but they are proposing to do some grading in that area. They're also proposing some underground stormwater basins here, or underground storage facilities that would filter out sediment before it's directed into Mirror Lake. You can see the 4 here. Currently, the property all just drains to the lake, so this would be an opportunity to filter out some of that sediment before it goes into the lake to improve the water, the quality at least coming off from this site. As stated in the easement, the purpose of the easement is to maintain this area in a natural condition to constitute the scenic surroundings and create an area that's suitable for wildlife. The applicant in this case believes that they're meeting the intent of the easement with the stormwater improvements that I've mentioned. They would be, and we would also suggest this as a condition, also based on the tree ordinance that it looks like is going to be adopted, that any tree that they remove within that easement would need to be replaced on a one-to-one basis. They are proposing a series of landscaping, and I believe the applicant will get into a little more detail about the specifics in that regard. So this is, again, a look at the existing condition of the property, and the applicant has provided a rendering. So you can see the trees along the lake shore essentially would remain, and you can see how the new home in the background. You can make out the retaining walls. It still would maintain that slope to the lake. So with that, staff is supportive of the request and is offering the resolution that's before you to authorize the work within the easement. And I'd just like to mention some of the conditions that we would recommend. And that is submittal of a landscape and tree removal and replacement plan that would be subject to review and approval of the city forester. The trees that are removed within the easement area would need to be replaced on a one-to-one basis. Removal, replacement of the trees, including size of replacement trees, would be subject to review and approval of the city forester. The proposed plans would require approval of the 9 Mile Creek Watershed District. The work within the easement would need to be consistent with these plans submitted to the council this evening, again, subject to the conditions that the forester might require, and then compliance with the conditions in the city engineer's review memo. So with that, I can stand for any questions that you might have.
Questions for Director Teague at this point in time? Member Stewart.
Director Teague, I was curious about the conservation easement, and when I first read this proposal, it was my assumption that there were probably a conservation easement at every property that surrounded Mirror Lakes, but I've learned that this is the only property around that lake that has a conservation easement. Is that right?
That's correct. We weren't able to locate any others either.
I had a question for you. I was out there at the property on Saturday with a representative of the proposed builder and the homeowners, and when I look at the language of the resolution and think back to the conversation we had, the notion is that the house that they would build would sit where the existing house is. There would be no encroachment by the house itself into the conservation easement, but that there might be some encroachment by some of the patios, and then of course the retaining walls that would be partially in the conservation easement. But I don't see you alluding to in the proposed resolution the patios potentially being in paragraph 1.01 in the conservation easement. Is my memory faulty? Or maybe Mr. Sonic is in the audience and can.
You're absolutely correct. The patio would be located within that easement area.
Okay, so we could just add the word patio or patios to the paragraph 1.01. Okay, that was the only question I had for you. Member Swenson.
Because of the topography of this lot and it goes down to the lake, Am I probably correct in assuming that that back patio that touches to the conservation and then the pathway and stairway down to the lake, that's kind of a water runoff area then? Because the patio would be sloped away from the house because you don't slope a patio into the house.
And hold up, Mr. Sonic, until we're ready for you.
And,
Just keep that question in mind.
And then the
Director
stairs
Teague
go down
can
to the
answer.
lake. So is that basically a pathway down to the lake for water?
But it would be for water and just access for the residents to get down there as well.
But is there any way to stop the water that's coming off that home from traveling down that way? Because, you know, part of, if you look at it, is the concept is to protect the lake from getting nutrients. Well, I appreciate that this has been forested and there's no lawn chemicals directly going down there, probably indirectly going down there now, depending on how hard the rain is, because it's a hill going down to the lake. But, you know, the goal would be not to increase what currently goes down there today and hopefully decrease that.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you keep the sidewalk from...
You want the developer to answer that question?
Yeah,
Okay,
they
that's
probably
fine.
have a
Because,
plan for that.
Yeah, we're going to talk about those underwater or underground retention areas, I think, and that'll help, but at least based on my understanding.
Yep.
Any other questions for Director Teague? Member Stewart?
Director Teague, are you satisfied that the retaining walls will not be higher than 4 feet?
If they are higher than 4 feet, it would need to be engineered by a structural engineer, and they would need building permits as well. So I'm not certain about the heights, but that's the anything over 4 feet would need that additional review.
The
All right.
stormwater basins, are they sand? Are they the ones that fill up with water and then gradually seep it out, or is it sand base?
Yeah, that I might
what
need
they are?
some-
Have the developer answer that question.
Okay.
Okay, anything else for Director Teague? All right, thank you. I see at least one of the Blooms back there, one of the homeowners, and then Mr. Sonic. We didn't get a chance to meet with Mr. Sonic, or I didn't on Saturday, but I think you should come forward, and if you spend no more than 10 minutes explaining the situation here, please identify yourself and Ms. Bloom as well.
John Son.
Do you need to use the overhead?
No.
Mr. Sonic?
I think Carrie can help me by just putting up the picture of...
All right, then I think you should move to the side podium or get a handheld microphone. Okay, that's,
All right, so we're just a little back and forth. All right,
Yep.
so...
introduce,
my name is John Sonic. I'm the VP of Construction for Charles Cudd and will be the builder of the new Blum residence.
and your business address, Mr. Sonic?
Our business address, 15050 23rd Avenue North in Plymouth.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name is Missy Blum, and we are the interested in building this home and this lovely piece of property.
So if we start with the water question and the retaining walls. So you guys see it on your packets?
We do.
And you're probably unfortunate.
We have monitors in front of us.
Oh, you have monitors, okay. All right, so if you look at the water retention area and you look down and around the whole perimeter of the home, oh, okay, perfect. So we actually have, to answer the fertilizer, the runoff, and the rest of it, we've actually built a system here that's going to collect all the water from the home into the water retention areas first. So surrounding the entire home, starting at the driveway, there's French ditches that'll go around the entire home, around through the back, into the water retention area, through there, back across the back and across that sidewalk that you were just talking about. There'll be a grate at the top of the sidewalk, so none of the water that's on the patio actually gets down the hill either. And again, across the, lost the mouse.
Want to find that mouse again?
There we go. So across the entire backyard, even through the natural area where we're not disturbing, we're going to run the French ditch through there to collect any runoff. Across the play yard, which is this area here where we've built a little extra piece, surrounding the driveway and bringing that directly in so it doesn't even go onto the play yard, and then picking up all of the downspouts, which are these small lines that you see coming into the retention area. So we're actually collecting that, the driveway, and then we're actually collecting the neighbor's water that is to the south of us, that's above the retaining wall next to the driveway, and carrying his water into our water retention area also, because it prevails and heads our direction. So what we've set up in this system is the ability to collect all the water from this site, including roof water, rainwater, driveway water, water from the yards. They go into the water retention area. So a little bit on the water retention is, yes, it's a hole in the ground that starts out on the bottom. It's a layer of sand, which is the seepage. So if you know about mound systems for a septic system, this is basically an underground system that does a very similar situation where there's a sand layer in first, then it's about 4 feet of clear rock, and at a point in the middle of that clear rock is where the overflow drains go down to the lake. But what it accomplishes is when you have a rain, and it's a mild rain and not a heavy gully washer, most all the water is collected off the entire yard and it settles in these areas. If we have a really big rain where it's coming down 2 inches an hour, what will happen is the water will come around, go into the water retention area, fill up to a point where it hits the 10-inch pipes that carry it down to the Mirror Lake underground, and then just comes out down in the lake underneath the water. So there's no erosion on the hillside at all, because it's piped underneath the ground to get down there. And so in the design of this, we worked and talked to 9 Mile Creek or Watershed District to make sure they were all happy with it. And this is what I've done in many other towns around. I build a lot of homes around Lake Minnetonka. So in order to take care of the natural water, what has happened in the last few years is we have to deal with rate control now, because New Orleans says, hey, we're tired of everybody's water. So it all passed all the way uphill, and in the last year, the federal government has said, okay, now we want you to also deal with the rate of water, not just a little bit of water. And so this system is designed and deals with the rate of higher amounts of water also. And that's what the pipes to the lake deal with. Before I go to the next picture, is there any other questions on how we deal with our water and the management of that?
Member Swenson.
What is the surface that you're building your driveway and your parking pad into the garage and in front of the house out of?
The surface from the street up to the front of the house will be out of pavers and around to the corner of the garage. Currently, the area in front of the garage is out of asphalt right now because of tire turnings and the rest of it. We've talked about which surface is the best or worst as far as seeing tire marks.
So the pavers are something that will allow water to drain through them?
In general, the pavers do some of that, but there's
more than asphalt and more than concrete.
If they're permeable pavers. Right now, we aren't scheduled to have permeable pavers there, but what we do have is, again, the same as the sidewalk has a grate across it. The top of the driveway will have the grate across it that picks up the water, so that all the hard surface in the front, the only water that actually goes down to the street is just the slope coming up from the street. And then there's a storm drain right at the end of the cul-de-sac down by the end of our driveway, so whatever gets down the street will just turn into that. But we've collected all the other water from our driveway.
Other questions on this topic?
Mm-hmm.
You caused me now to think about hard surface and square footage. So how does this driveway parking system compared to what's there now in terms of overall square footage? Do you have more square footage, less square footage? You've got a water management plan, but the hard surface is an interesting issue too, I think.
Right. We probably have a little more hard cover than the old house. The old house driveway has a big circle around in the front, and then it comes over and it has a entrance into the front of the driveway. So there might be a small stretch where we have more than what there is right now, where we go around to the back. But it's probably very similar, and when we turn in for our permit, we'll be displaying existing hardcover versus future hardcover. But again, the big difference that we have right now is we've managed all our water, where right now none of the water is managed. It's simply, some runs over to Cynthia McGarvey, some runs to the street, and the rest runs to the lake.
Okay. All right. Do you want to proceed to your next illustration, which I'm assuming is the back of the house?
Well, I was going to...
The whole site plan?
The touch on the site plan and the
Yep.
tree replacement. So again, I'm going to go to where the X's are on the trees here. We have the trees that are up closest to the house that are right in the impact of the house area, and what you talked about in your tree ordinance, that you got to get a house and 10 or 15 feet around the house to deal with the, taking down of those trees. As far as down by the lake, we have one tree that sits right here that's actually not on the survey, and then this one here. The forester was out, and we're going to work with the forester because he's noted there's a couple other dead trees here, and that he'd like to trim, get the trees up, the dead branches off, and actually make them a healthier tree, so that they don't pass disease on to the park next door. In keeping, we'll be working hand in hand with the forester to, deal with whatever he'd like us to do as far as tree management goes, to help take care of that. Then,
Ms. Blum, you concur in that you'll work with the forester and... Okay.
As far as the... so basically, we've got one here that's one of the dead trees, and then this one here, which is not a dead tree, and then this one, and then these that are up in the house. Currently, there's 51 trees total in this easement area right here, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 that will be taken, and 3 of those are already dead, or very close to being that, and that's what the forester was confirming the other day. So then when we go to the transplanting of the trees, if you look on the landscape plan, we have a whole new set of bushes that we're going to plant along the McGarvey side, and then also here along the south side of the property here, besides the trees that are going to go in on the site. So there'll be, there's trees all amongst the landscaping plan here. One thing that I wanted to note is I've moved the walls a little bit from this landscape plan to the engineered drawing that you just looked at. I moved them uphill closer to the house to minimize their size, to keep them shorter than 4 feet, or 4 feet or less. So all of the walls on the site now, I've tried to mitigate the height to being less than 4 feet. The only one that gets a little higher than that is the one up against the neighbors where the driveway is, and a short section of it gets to be about 5 feet tall. And that one will have engineering for. And we're going to be building all these in an engineering type manner, which means that rather than just putting the normal dirt on site behind them, they'll have a granular back to them and a drain tile at the bottom, because it's the best way to make sure that they're there for the next 50 years and never having a problem. The one thing that the landscape plan shows is then we're going to take and we're going to buffer the front of these retaining walls, so the people on the other side of the street looking, or the other side of the lake looking our way, aren't just seeing retaining walls, and that they're going to see green foliage in front of those walls. And if you think about a retaining wall being about a little higher than waist high, it doesn't take much of some dogwoods and little evergreens and that type of product to help that out. And again, we're showing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 trees, 9 trees along there, which is already on the downhill side, closer to the lake, to create the buffer and replace the trees that we've already taken out, let alone the multiple trees that we're going to actually plant in the front yard. So is there any questions on the landscaping?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful if you would point out on the landscape plan with the cursor the elements that would intrude into the conservation easement on the house, and then what those intrusions represent in terms of square footage relative to the entire conservation easement.
All right, so the retaining wall area here, as far as the retaining walls themselves, again, the wall is a foot, foot and a half thick. It's about 110 feet long. So there's a minimal amount of square footage as far as the retaining wall goes. This fire pit area here was just moved down to more of a natural one closer to the lake, only because when I slid the walls up the hill, there wasn't room for it on the yard anymore. So that really isn't going to have a lot of hardcover impact to the natural setting there. As far as there's one more retaining wall over here that's in the natural easement area, and that one is, again, about 85 feet of it lives in that 75-foot area. This patio down below in the center, if I was to draw the line here, it's about right here. It gets to the center of this chair and then turns and heads off this way again. So the lower patio, the stairway to get down, and about a quarter of this patio here are in that area there. And if I don't know the exact square footage right now, but I'm assuming give or take 500 square feet. And I can get, as we turn in, again, for hardcover and for the blueprints, we'll be having those square footages in there.
Okay. Ms. Blum, do you want to add anything? Otherwise, I'm going to open this up for a public hearing. Your support of your request?
I support everything he said, yes.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to open this up for public testimony. If there is anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and testify regarding this matter, we'd be happy to accept your testimony or your inquiries.
Hi, I'm Lori Groats, 5513 Park Place. I remember reading about this in the January 22nd Sun newspaper, a public hearing, and it was listed as something like building in conservation easement, piqued my interest. And it said for the February 3rd council meeting. I waited and looked at the agenda. It didn't show a public hearing, but it showed under reports and recommendations, which meant that the public would not be able to make comment. When I pointed that out, staff was gracious enough to turn it into a public hearing. I'm very interested in the tree ordinance, and when I read all the material that was listed for 5240 Highwood Drive, is it? I guess it is, yes. I noticed how forward-thinking the Leonards were 32 years ago, creating a conservation easement where they wanted to maintain their tree canopy, and they wanted to keep it natural, and they wanted it for wildlife. I saw this picture, and it was on the realtor's listing for the property for sale, and you can see the large tree canopy that currently exists there. When I read what wanted to be done, when I saw that they wanted to remove mature trees, vegetation, do grading, excavation, build a couple of patios, a deck, a fire pit, several retaining walls. One of them shows it's 6 feet tall, the one on the right, but now I guess it's moving up, so it'll be shorter. Steps down to the lake, play yard, several areas of lawn. This is all contrary to what the conservation easement was requesting. And they speak about the improvement to stormwater management. They'd have to do it anyway because it's a giant house and they have to manage there's storm water that's coming. This is the picture. It'd be in your packet, but I don't know. Oh, I guess I have it the wrong way. Maybe if the audience would like to see it. I actually think that this should have gone to the Planning Commission first. It has almost the look and the feel of a variance, and I think it would have been best to go there first before coming to the council. But in my opinion, it appears that the conservation easement is using to create a big backyard for them and an outdoor living space. And that wasn't the intention of the easement as I read it. And it was attached to the property when they bought it. They were aware of that. And we're trying to have a tree conservation. And I would suggest not to support this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Groats. Are there other people that would wish to testify regarding this matter?
I'll move to close. Oh, wait.
I thought there were some neighbors in the back. No, go to the side. I think if you don't have an overhead, then give us your name and address.
And my name is Barb Schultz. I am the daughter of Ruth and Al Leonard, who came up with this conservation easement. Excuse me. I live at 5240 West Highwood Drive. I'm the owner of the property right now. And my parents loved trees, and I think that was one of the reasons. In fact, they loved it so much you could not see Mirror Lake back then. And it was just something that they particularly loved. But knowing them like I do, I fully support what the Blums are trying to do. I think they are going to enhance Edina. And I would see no reason not to go forward with this, because I think it's going to be an excellent piece of property and great for the city. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Okay, now I'll try. I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Got a motion and second to close the public hearing discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Questions for Director Teague or for the applicant, or somebody want to
I do.
lead out a discussion? Member Brindle, questions or comments?
I do. Yes, please. I will start with Mr. Sonic, I think, if I may. The patio in what I will call the lake side of the house that directly abuts the retaining wall. And maybe you can pull up the landscape plan. That would help. Thank you. If an inch is 10 feet, I'm guessing that that round patio is about 10 feet in diameter?
Yes, that's the one that's going away. That's the fire pit that's being taken out.
Oh, it's being taken out?
This one's being taken out. That's the fire pit that went away because the retaining walls got moved up closer to the house.
Okay, I didn't
Mr.
understand.
Sonic, you'll need to use a handheld microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. That fire pit area is the piece that got taken out of there because as we moved the walls closer to the house to make sure that they didn't get over 4 feet tall,
Yeah.
that didn't work there anymore. So that
patio is gone, as
Yes.
is the walkway to it?
That is correct.
Gone or moved?
We have right now there's a natural fire pit down on the hill, sitting right behind that blue tarp that's there, which basically just is some rocks in a ring. And so we're going to more of a natural type fire pit that sits down in this plateau area that's naturally on the side of the hill.
Great.
So again, no real hard cover, just a few rocks on the ground to keep it clean and in a fire pit ring.
Okay, so in looking at this, we can ignore that walkway and that patio?
Yes.
Okay, now looking closer to the house, if red little things in a square indicate a fire pit, is there also a fire pit right at the house, closer to the house? What is that?
Here?
Right there, yes.
No, that's just a plant that the...
Oh, it's a plant?
Yeah, a
Okay.
plant or a fountain.
I was a little worried about
Our
that.
landscape architect was...
Much as you might like a fire there, you can't have one.
Right. The outdoor fireplace is right up here, which is the patio that's actually connected to the house.
Okay. All right, then. That list of questions I don't have to ask. Okay, location patio. Well, when we heard from Barbara Schultz, it answered a lot of my questions, frankly, about whether the walkway, there is a paragraph in the conservation easement that discusses the use of the uses, surface usage. No surface use shall be made of the easement area. And I read that and I went, well, how does the property owner feel about this? So I am very happy to hear that you're in support of this. Frankly, if this was my property, I would want to do the same thing, and really enjoy what is there to be enjoyed. Now, looking at the photo of the existing house, you can see the existing house from the water.
That is correct.
And so where this walkway is coming down from the house to the water is really going through that opening.
That is correct.
Tell me that's true.
That is true. If you look, so you can see the blue picture, the blue tarp.
Right.
So to the right of that blue tarp, or give or take almost in the middle of it, is where the path will reach down to the lake. And then if you noticed on the landscape plan, it had a little S-curve coming up as it meets up to the home.
So the retaining walls that are going to go in, understanding that there are some trees that are old and diseased and need to be taken out. The retaining walls, you've got those planned to go in so that they can be built and still protect the trees that are going to remain.
That is correct. Though can I get the mouse to wake up here, Ken? There it is. So if I was pointing at the trees that are going to go, the ones that are X'd on the other page,
I see.
It's these two that are closest to the house, and there's an evergreen right here that's up against the house. The ones that the forester had talked about and that are marked are these two here are the dead trees, dead or dying. So those two, this one is staying. There's one up behind this one. So if you think about it, there's trees behind trees as you're looking from across the lake. And the one closest to us behind that tree is the one that's coming out, and then this one right here. And then basically the rest of this, we are just simply working with the forester to limb up the dead, the diseased branches and stuff like that to really just make these trees all much healthier. And even like this large one here is the one that's staying. That's the one that shows on the landscape plan, the large tree. And this is down where is that plateau where we can have the fire pit now below the retaining walls.
Okay.
So in general, the tree line that you see along the lake, minus this one and the dead ones that are here, and then these couple here that have some that are need of either a lot of trimming or a couple of them were dead, are all the rest are staying and just being limbed up and cleaned up the way the forester recommends them to be taken care of. And the same with the park starts about right here.
Oh, okay.
So these two trees here, he's looking at, there's just a lot of like vining and stuff like that he wants to get out of the trees and trim up.
All right, and you've got new trees planned to go in? And are they, the new trees that are planned, are they marked differently on what I'm looking at? There.
So this is that larger oak that you saw down at the shoreline. These are new trees that are going in down
those
at
are
the
new
bottom.
ones. Okay.
So, let alone the bushes that are going in front of the retaining walls. Again, we're planting primarily these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 trees at the bottom to start and regenerate the trees that we had to take down to do this work. We wanted to give the best impact for the neighbors right off the bat on the other side. If you look at how many new trees are going to be planted along this side of the property line and this side of the property line here, and the ones that will be planted around the front of the house and in the rest of the landscaping, it far exceeds any replacement value that we're taking down as far as that goes.
Okay, so the last thing I have, and then I'll pass this on, is the surface area, the hard surface area.
Yeah.
Now, understanding that you are funneling the water into the system, I guess I'd love to see something that's permeable in here. Just knowing that a 2-inch per hour rain, we do get those.
Sure.
And you are going to exceed the capacity of that system. And who knows, you may exceed any system, whether it's permeable or not. But it would be nice if there was something able to be permeable here. It just looks like a lot of hard surface to me.
I guess.
In the front, I'm sorry.
In the front, yes, in the front. There's the big circle, and I don't know, I mean, far be it for me to design this for you, but if you made that to be a garden or something, at least you would have something that would absorb water directly rather than having all that be hard surface.
Right, I can work with the Leonards on that. Leonard. That's what I was. Yeah, I could work with Leonard and Missy Blum on this situation here, where this could be turned into permeable pavers here. Again, we already have the water transfer system, which is the French ditch that surrounds the entire area, and so at that point, we could pick up the water from this area right here and bring it back around into that.
Okay,
and
understood.
So,
I think that what we're proposing too is not very different than in the front than what currently exists.
that's correct. Right now, there's a large amount of asphalt that goes around in a big circle, and a driveway off to the right, and then.
Right, and there's kind of a circle in the middle of it, which made me think maybe there was a tree in there or something.
There is, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, okay, yeah.
And that, so again, with Leonard and Missy, I can work on that to bring that back to,
Okay.
as one of the conditions.
All right, thank you.
Other council inquiries or comments? I've got when I was out there Saturday, remember Staunton?
Maybe a question for Mr. Teague. In your review of the file, did it indicate anything that gave us a context of what the easement was traded for at the time?
It really didn't. There was talk of the park dedication and whether it should be land or fees in lieu of land, and ultimately the council decided that the park dedication would be fees in lieu of land.
So it was a subdivision at the time, and it created another lot, and instead of doing the park dedication, the council accepted the conservation easement in lieu of that.
Yeah, there's really no, they don't speak of the conservation easement in the council minutes.
They took the money as the park dedication fee.
So there was a park dedication fee?
There was a park dedication fee.
Oh, so there was in addition to this?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
My understanding is this was something that the Leonards wanted, that didn't have anything to do with the park dedication issue. It was something they wanted to impose on themselves. That was my understanding from their daughter, Ms. Schultz. and also from being out there on Saturday, was that they love trees, as their daughter said. And of course, when you go out there, and I've got a few photos I took on Saturday, you can see that there aren't many trees left. That everything has its life cycle, and things have happened there now that are going to cause this to be rejuvenated. I don't know if, Jennifer, you can get those photos up, but I think they help a little bit. They helped me a great deal to understand the grade from the back of the house down to the lake, and how what you're proposing, Ms. Blum and Mr. Sonic, really help. Oh yeah. What you're proposing with respect to the drain system and the collection areas and the retaining walls really help attenuate or cure some of the problems in terms of the severity of the runoff towards the lake. So you're creating kind of a catch basin that doubles as a patio area, and this French drain collection system with these underground storage facilities. So those none of those are really working out well. So I went slipping and sliding around on the side hill with my new knee, and but I got some good photos, I thought, so folks could see that the house. That's a good photo right there. That one that you just decided to bypass. That too, I think, helps with see the grade. But up there by the house, you can see where the rock wall is. That would be kind of the start of the conservation easement. So the house stays 75 feet back from the lake where it is right now, as required. The new house gets built where the old house is, and then we've got that bit of encroachment into the conservation easement, which, as I said, I think, based on seeing the property, really helps enhance the property in terms of managing water quality and water runoff into the lake.
That is correct.
So it's a far better system than what exists now in a sort of natural condition. And if you look at some of those other photos down towards the lake, when I went out there, I expected to see a conservation easement, right? I expected to see wild grasses and flowers and all kinds of understory things, and it's fairly bare with a few trees here and there. So to me, I was comfortable with the notion that these were, on balance, really improvements. And I think, as Ms. Schultz said, her parents would have supported this, and I'm going to support it as well.
Can I ask a question?
Member Swenson.
You mentioned the 6 round green balls maybe that are on your landscape plan as being trees. What are they?
Yet to be selected.
So when you describe a tree, what in your mind is a tree?
Sugar maples, oak trees, swamp white oaks, any type of another.
So is your intent to put them in a curved row like that, where they grow next to each other?
Again, we're going to continue to work on the landscape plan as it exists, but in general, what we're doing there is creating buffer for the neighbors of a row of trees that helps buffer the retaining walls. That's the purpose of those trees down there.
I like the idea of the trees as it buffers the view of a very beautiful but large 2-story, probably with a walkout home. I like the idea, obviously, of buffering the retaining walls with lower foliage. Yes, you're putting some arborvitae or some sort of evergreen screening, but that's not for the people across the lake. That's for you entering it on either side. While I appreciate the 4 underground storage tanks, in my mind, there's some serviceable use to this conservation easement, and one of it is not having deforestation. So I would like the addition of 5 trees at a minimum back, and not necessarily those 5 that are in that row. We're looking for maintaining the health of that body of water that's below you. And while you are only one very small part going into that body of water, and I'm sure there are other lawns that are doing a lot more damage to it, my goal is to try to find a balance between what it is today and what you're doing. So I'll give you credit for the 4 holding ponds, but I would prefer that you plant 5 additional trees through that setting somewhere to replace. Even though you have trees that are dead and dying, I still would like to see them replaced.
Well,
personally,
Member
just
Swenson,
speaking for me.
Yeah, Member Swenson, could on one of the approval conditions is it says that trees be removed in the easement area and they be replaced 1 for 1. Is that? Are you thinking about additional trees in addition to that 1-to-1 replacement?
Well, as long as we're counting a tree that's dead as 1, I don't count it as 0. And I don't really count the little row of 5 trees as being really what I'm thinking of. I'm really thinking that you maintain some sort of continual tree line along from property edge to property edge. I'm not asking you to plant a tree where your walkway is now. I'm not, I know you have some trees that will live. I'm just saying that.
Can I get the picture of the back of the yard back up, please?
I'm not asking you that you plant a tree in the play area that you want to maintain for your kids.
All right, so you're just saying that rather than planting them here.
You're welcome to plant those if you want to, but I would rather see what maybe in addition to those 5 trees that are spread out nicely through the whole site on the lakeside, so that as they grow up, you continue to have a canopy that kind of breaks up the mass of the house from visually.
Certainly.
And does that job, as we talked about, of doing all the healthy things that trees do for us, one being absorbing noise.
Right. So basically, on the rear of the home, right now we have a corridor, a view corridor to the lake.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to plant one there.
Right. And so as long as we can maintain our view corridor, if this isn't the best spot, if some trees over here, because this is a little more bare on this side,
it is.
We could put some more trees in over here, because there's some deadfall on the side of the hill that obviously was knocked down during
I figured you'd be cleaning that up.
Storm and that. So when we clean that up, maybe this would be a good place for 3 or 4 of those.
The advantage is the roots of the trees also absorb moisture. So I mean, they have a whole bunch of different good reasons to do it that are conservation in mind.
Yeah, and that was our intent. Again, we're looking, normally we don't have to replace the dead ones, but at this point, I don't know that it matters.
I look at it as rejuvenation of a conservation area that's started to go downhill.
Right, and that's what we're looking to accomplish. We want to keep the intent of what the Leonards had set up in 81 as to try and keep this a nice, natural, native piece of ground that can still support a house and a family with, children and playing, and yet make sure that everything still works so the animals and the lake and everything benefit.
My golden retriever will want to come visit, let me tell you.
Exactly.
Yeah. Director Teague, would you, Member Swenson's concerns, are they well understood enough so that they could be implemented by the city forester under the language that exists in the proposed resolution, or do you think we need some more specific language in there that deals with tree placement? I'm looking at section 3, the proposed approval section.
I think we based on condition 2 where we're replacing 1 for 1, I think we can work with the forester and.
But you have my general drift that I don't want 5 replaced trees in one little section.
Correct.
We do, yeah, and condition number 1, submittal of the landscape plan, conditioned on city forester approval. I think we understand the gist of what the council's after.
And I'm only one speaking.
I thought that was well said when you said kind of recapture the intent of the Leonards with respect to the reforestation of the property, leaving room for play areas for the kids. Anyone else? Comments? Okay. With that in mind, now we had that one correction on the 1.01. We were going to add in the word patios in the second sentence or second line. Easement for the purpose of installing retaining walls, patios, and a pathway to Mirror Lake within the easement area. With that change and with the understanding that we have regarding Member Swenson's concerns that we think are embodied in Part 2 of the approval, is there a motion to approve this matter?
Second.
We got a motion and a second to approve the Resolution 2015-19 as modified, the request to work within the conservation easement at 5238 West Highwood Drive for Missy and Leonard Blum. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
It's 5240.
5240, excuse me.
Yeah,
Well, it
we
says
actually had
5238 on the.
a misspelling
Your,
on here.
your neighbor just got the permission.
Your neighbor that has no conservation easement, just 5240. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sonic. Thank you, Ms. Blum. Good luck. It's a beautiful project. Thank you for coming over, Ms. Schultz. And Mr. and Mrs. Groats. All right. So we're now in the community comment section of the agenda. Is there anyone on the in the audience that wishes to come forward and comment for the benefit of the council or make an inquiry? Mr. Groats?
Yes, my name is Jim Groats. I live at 5513 Park Place. I'm here tonight to talk specifically about public data, specifically building permit submissions. My wife Lori and I met with Carrie Teague about 3 weeks ago to present information to show the house being built next to us was being built 3 feet too close to our lot line. We explained this to Carrie. The next couple of days later, I received this email: for your information, we can't make copies of copyright plans unless there is permission from the architect, so you may want to contact the architect, whose name was given. Number one, the architect is not likely to give permission to us if we're contesting his plans because they were not drawn properly. Last week, I met with an authority on this. He suggested I come here tonight to ask the mayor and city council to instruct the city manager and the attorney to clarify this with staff. Number one, he states there is a ruling from the Minnesota Attorney General specifically dealing with copyrighted material, and that once either copyrighted or attorney-client privileged material is submitted for whatever reason, including for a building permit application, it has to meet the requirements of the Minnesota Data Practices Act with regard to our ability to copy it. And therefore, I wanted to call that to your attention. We'd like this clarified because we need to be able to make copies of plans to check things.
All right. Interesting,
Thank you.
Interesting observation. Thank you. We'll do some checking with our city attorney on that issue. Anyone else? All right. We'll move on to the reports and recommendations portion of the agenda. We've got a matter that, at least when we dealt with it 2 weeks ago, we needed to deal with by this evening in order to meet the 120-day rule requirement of acting on a particular request or, in the absence of action, risking having it approved as filed. There is a way where a applicant can request an extension of that 120-day rule, and Director Teague, do you want to comment on what's happened relative to the 7200 France Avenue proposed project and some of the issues that have arisen, or actually a single issue that has arisen relative to stormwater management?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. The applicant last evening submitted a request for an extension of the project to March 5th. That was handed out before the council this evening. I think they'd like time for consideration in regard to some of the stormwater management plan. You may recall that staff met with the applicant the day of the council meeting, and it's quite a substantial requirements that the watershed district was going to have on that project to build a large, essentially holding tank underneath the parking ramp underneath the project. And so they're requesting the extension to March 5th. Again, there are resolutions in front of the council this evening for denial as directed by the council at your last meeting. So they're there for your consideration as well.
All right, let me ask our city attorney. There's been a request for a 30-day extension. This stormwater management issue, I think, is something that all the council members have become familiar with. There's basically been a request, as I understand it, in simplified form by the watershed district to ask this particular property to manage water off their own property and up to 7 of the adjoining properties. So there was an equity issue raised here that I think the city wanted to address with the watershed district, and certainly the property owner themselves, regardless of what was there, had some concerns about this situation as well. If we if we agreed to table this matter until March 5th, what are the consequences relative to the 2 resolutions that are in front of us this evening? Would that table those automatically as well? Am I articulating myself properly here? Is it
Very properly, Mayor.
all right?
If you chose to, you could do 2 things. For item 8, A and B, you could move 1 to approve their extension of time under 1599 to, what is it, March what?
March 5th.
March 5th. And 2, you could table it to, and you can pick a date when you want to table to it, obviously on or before March 5th.
Our next meeting is March 3rd.
Right.
March
3rd.
3rd?
All right. So with respect to items 8A and 8B, those then would be held off until this matter was heard again, if it was tabled until March 3rd.
Correct.
Is that correct?
You could do, again, 2 things. First, you could approve their extension for A and B, 8A and B. And 2, you could table this till March 3rd. It could be all in one motion.
So we would approve an extension for 8A and B to March 3rd and approve their request
March
for...
5th is what they requested, so you could stay with March 5th.
Yeah, to March 5th, and we would approve their extension request to March 5th, even though it's really their
request.
Their right.
You have to approve
request.
it by the
We still have to approve
statute
it.
says, yes.
Okay. Thoughts on this?
How final is a decision, such as the one we made at the last meeting?
The decision we made at the last meeting was to send the matter to staff to prepare findings for potential denial of the housing project.
Right.
That's all we asked them to do. We haven't acted on that matter yet. That's in front of us this evening. So if we don't act on that this evening and approve the extension,
So talk to me
we
so
can
I
hold
understand, because you very specifically instructed the team for this project that if the vote failed, they could not come before us with a similar project for a year.
Yeah, but we didn't deny the project at the last meeting. So that's, until we deny it, that 1 year rule doesn't come into play.
Okay, so
We might, you could still do that if we approve the extension for 8A and B to March 5th and grant their request for an extension to March 5th and then hold this matter until March 3rd, we could deal with that issue as well as the stormwater management issue at the same time. Is that correct, Roger?
Mayor, that is correct.
And That just denies a housing project, Mary. It doesn't deny anything else that they could build without
understood.
comp plan change.
Understood. Yep.
So during this time, would we only be dealing with the stormwater runoff issue, or would we potentially be dealing with other issues?
I would think you could potentially deal with other issues as well, which could go to, I don't know if they've had any change of heart, but could go to the issue of density or height, or whether housing is more appropriate there than medical office in some other iteration other than what we discussed last time. That might find some level of acceptance with the council, but it seems to me that in that gap period, that 30-day period, you'd be able to discuss several things in addition to stormwater management. Am I stating this right, Roger?
That's correct.
So we would need to approve the extension for 8A and B to March 5th and also approve their request for, how did they characterize it in their letter? Extend the action deadline.
It's to March.
To March 5th as well.
Oh, we need to approve that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Seems odd, doesn't it, since we
Yes,
have that statutory
statute
obligation, but
says.
it's required.
It's customary. We receive these extensions fairly regularly, it seems, and we generally grant them. I don't know of circumstances when we haven't.
Does the
granted
city
them.
need to request the extension, or can the applicant just say, I'd like to
It's
give
gone
the
both
Works either way.
ways.
They can request the extension.
In the last 10 years, I'd say it's gone both ways. But
If we had a motion and a second, we could have a discussion.
I will make a motion that which one we want to do first, the
Well,
extension?
we can do both at the same time, according to Roger.
Yes.
We can approve the extension for 8A and B to March 5th
All
and
right,
approve
I will-
their extension request
I will
to March
move
5th.
the extension of 8A and B until March 5th, 2015.
And to approve their extension of the action deadline to March 5th, 2015. It's a two-part.
Okay, that too.
All right. Now, is there a second?
I'll second it so we can discuss it.
Okay.
But I'd like to hear, from the opposite ends of the dais and how they feel about doing this.
So I would, so one of the things about this project, well, the one thing that I've said about this project from the beginning is I think it is too big a change without the requisite study, without the requisite engagement of the community. So if the applicant wants to wait, that is fine with me, but I think whether it's this application or whether it's some other application, I think we need to get about the business of engaging the community to start figuring out what the plans are for the interim. I mean, I think one of the things that this has illustrated to me is that what our comprehensive plan is asking for is not in all cases desirable. I'm not thrilled by the prospect of a 3-story medical building with parking surrounding it and trees taken out. And if that's what our comprehensive plan is requesting, then I think we need to do some work between now and the time that our comprehensive plan is formally updated in 2018 to start identifying principles that we can rely on when these kinds of requests come in front of us, because they are going to come in front of us. This isn't going to be the last time it's going to come in front of us. So what I would say with respect to this request and this motion is I would propose an amendment, a friendly amendment, I hope, that would direct staff between now and our next meeting to craft a process for engaging stakeholders in the first beginnings of the study of this area and the greater Southdale area and how it fits together, with the goal of us developing principles that can guide us in the future when, between now and 2018, when we formally update the comprehensive plan, we get additional requests for deviations from the comprehensive plan.
Bob, do you want to talk next, or can I respond to something Kevin just said? Okay. I'm not opposed to the study. I think it's a healthy idea. I don't want it to just be the west side, west of France, though, because I think this is an issue that comes up differently through all of the Southdale area. And I think that we did a Southdale study previously. The mayor's referred to that. I think it's time for another one. But I would say, whether we vote on this or not, I would rather that it not be part of this motion. I would support it. But I don't think giving our planning department 30 days to come up with a plan of engaging neighbors and everything, we're going to want to know who we want to use to help us with this plan. We want a chance to engage someone who helps us come up with how that community input part will work, and 30 days is a pretty short time to do that, because I want this plan to be as robust as possible. So I don't want to hamstring us with that 30 days, and though you may have another reason for doing that 30 days, I would certainly support that planning process. I just don't want to, I want to make sure that we get the timeline, I guess, is up to what is reasonable to expect so that we get the right plan.
So, just if I can just jump in before Councilmember Stewart. So I'm open to making this a separate motion apart from this. That's not, I'm neither here nor there on that, just so long as we get to that motion. I do think an issue here is the urgency. And I don't want to start a process until we're sure we're comfortable with it. But I don't think there's a problem with asking for an initial crack at it to come back to us quickly, so that we can evaluate it, and if it needs a tweak here or a modification there, we can send it back to have that happen. But what I don't want to do is just kind of put this on the back burner and wait, because we're going to get more of this, and we're going to need to be ready.
I wasn't suggesting that. I
wasn't
know how
suggesting
long
that,
it usually takes to come back, and it might take 45 days. It may take 60 days to hire the right company.
Well, I'm not suggesting
to come up with a plan. So I want to know what exactly your expectations are of 30 days.
So what I'm expecting, not in 30 days, but by the next meeting, I'm asking if staff can come back to us, not hiring anybody, not with, but with the kind of constructs of a plan that we can begin to implement, that the council can look at and decide, I get that we're going to have some discussion about how do we deal with this interim period, and I'm looking for kind of principles. To me, things like, the right stakeholders engaged in this, the timing of the overall process, the things that are important at each stage of the process. These are all the things that I'd like to see and then approve before we go forward. I'm not suggesting we can jump right into it in that time.
Let's hear from Director Teague and Manager Neal in whatever order they prefer. Go ahead.
At our last Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission asked me to prepare an amendment to their work plan to bring back to them for their next meeting, which is next week, February 11th. And that is, they would like to begin a study precisely what Member Staunton is referring to here, is a study of the Southdale area, including that west side of France, but not just that area, the entire Southdale area. What they had suggested is in their work plan, they have and some dollars set aside for a small area plan at 70th and Cahill. They would suggest that we amend the plan to put that off maybe another year and move forward on this study of the Southdale area. That would piggyback on some of the work that the engineering department is doing in regard to the infrastructure, sewer and water, and transportation. So we had, if all goes well, we would make that change at the Planning Commission meeting February 11th with the thought of bringing that to you for the work session on February 17th. We have a scheduled work session with the Planning Commission where we're going to talk about the 120-day rule, but we could also talk about that work plan issue as well.
All right. Thank you. Manager Neal, do you want to?
No, that's what we want to make sure.
Okay. Did you want to comment at all about the timeliness, I think, now of the meeting that we've got scheduled tomorrow with the Metropolitan Design Center?
We do. I'm not sure how long ago it was that you had made this inquiry to the Metropolitan Design, last year sometime, to see if they were interested in really starting an engaging discussion or process with our city about density and about residential density specifically. So we're going to, they expressed some interest in doing that because they like working in Edina, and then they see some potential here to they have an engaged public. We have some redevelopment activities going on in the city. They see some opportunity here to help us, and so we're going to have an initial discussion with them tomorrow to see kind of what their initial thoughts are and perhaps what their role might be in a process.
All right. Good. Member Stewart.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to start by asking a question of Attorney Knutson. Attorney Knutson, are you in agreement with the mayor's statement that although we voted on one of the key resolutions 2 weeks ago, that we can keep this matter open, or, as has been characterized to me by others in the community, is that sort of a final resolution, and what we're really doing with the findings that Commissioner Teague has prepared, or Director Teague has prepared, is just documenting something that's already been decided?
Mayor and members of the council, I was not at your last meeting, as you recall, but it's my understanding that you directed staff to prepare findings consistent with denial of the comprehensive plan change and the rezoning, and that's the action you took. My understanding is correct, then you certainly can table this tonight and extend the deadline.
Thank you. I'd like to take a minute to sort of recap and think out loud about the process as I have experienced it. This 60-day rule, which turns into a 120-day rule without much conversation, is imposed on us by the state of Minnesota, and it creates a process that has a ticking clock that unfortunately doesn't allow us to deal with certain things. So I have my initial reaction to Member Staunton's suggestion that we study things first and then make a decision. I don't agree with that approach because I don't like a moratorium on development while studies go on, because I think studies can last a long, long time. I'm more comfortable with the suggestion you made tonight, Member Staunton, about the having staff give us something more quickly that we might use as a framework for now for working, as we then intend to study in more depth as we go forward and make a decision. I also recognize that the comprehensive plan is already feeling out of date, and that I recognize that it can take a few years to create a comprehensive plan. So I think that's a process we should get started on sooner rather than later. Having said that, the comprehensive plan does provide guidelines. I don't see them as something we need to rigidly adhere to. In fact, I take under advisement earlier projects that we've seen go forward. The Lennar project in particular had some overages on some of the same metrics that we've looked at here, and I treat that in some ways as precedent that we need to follow, and that we need to, I think, be reasonable in looking at what makes sense given what we know today with respect to development on a particular parcel. I'm not a champion for either viewpoint on this 7200 France. I, in fact, think this has come to be seen as a dichotomy of either it's going to be a mixed-use multifamily residence and some commercial space, or it's going to be a medical office building. I think in many regards I consider that a false dichotomy, and I don't think that it's necessarily just an either or. Certainly the medical office building as it's been described to us is one that this property owner can go ahead and produce without any additional input from this body. So, and we recognize that. So I will remind those who are paying attention that I voted against this amendment or exception to the comprehensive plan guidelines for two reasons. One, that I felt the extent of that this project exceeded some of the key metrics, and particularly with respect to density and particularly units per acre. I thought it was in good measure. Was so substantial that we needed to have very compelling reasons. And second, I thought that with the recommendation against approval, both from the Planning Commission and from staff, we would need some compelling reasons. So, but I also wanted to understand what those reasons were that the Planning Commissioners voted against and the reasons staff recommended against. So, because some of those things, since the project had first come up, have been mitigated. Particularly, I'll point to the traffic issues that were raised, that there had been a lot of work done, and a lot of the objections based on traffic flow, I think, had been mitigated. So, so it was a tough call for me. I think it's important to have an open and transparent process, and I've always strived to make sure we do that. Now, having said that, after the last meeting, and after we directed staff to prepare resolutions and findings for movement again, I was invited to speak to a number of people. I was invited, first of all, to speak with the developer, and that meeting was set for last Tuesday. Before that, I started meeting with many individuals from the community who had an interest in this project. I wanted to understand, and I met with citizens on both sides of the issue. There are many on both sides. This is not a single viewpoint in the community. But I met with people to understand what their specific objections were and what modifications might be proposed by the developer that could get us to a point where we could say, well, that makes sense now for this particular parcel. I also spoke to staff, and I spoke to several members of the Planning Commission to understand what those objections were so that I could be well prepared. The meeting that Member Staunton and I had with the developer on Tuesday, we said if there are concessions, particularly with respect to the density metrics, that can be made, and if there were some additional time, and I said I think a minimum of 60 days, to enable us to keep the process open, keep some public input open so that we could make sure that we are doing this, again, in an open and transparent fashion. That then, and only then, would I even consider a motion to reconsider our vote from the previous Tuesday. We left that meeting without really any concessions from the developers, so I believed that the chance for any resurrection of this was finished. I'm a little concerned about extending for 30 days now, especially as we say that it's to talk about the water, rain runoff issues, because if we're going to talk about changing the proposal and making some modifications, I think we need to talk about that openly and do it openly and engage the community in that discussion. If this developer continues to be unwilling to make any concessions, I don't see any point at all of extending except to deal with the rainwater. So I do think the rainwater is an important issue. It does affect numerous parcels, and this site is being burdened with helping us resolve some issues that affect a greater area. So that's how we've gotten to where we are tonight from my perspective, and I just wanted to make sure that was understood by everybody out there. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Other thoughts, comments?
So is it my understanding that we will have, after the Planning Commission meets, a modification of their plan come forward to the council meeting on February, is it 17th? Is that the second meeting? And is that enough of what you want, Member Stoughton, along with a timeline and scope of study? And so we're getting a budget for it. We're getting the Planning Commission changing to put it into their work schedule. And we're getting a scope. What else do you need to see for that?
Well, I think taking into account, I think Director Teague can pass along the concerns that we've expressed. And certainly, you know, I think it's the kind of process that has to have stakeholder engagement and has to build confidence of all of the stakeholders in the credibility of the outcome. And I know the Planning Commission has done a lot of good work on a variety of projects on that front. So I think if they're willing to take that up and bring something back to us along with staff by the 17th, that works for me.
Okay.
And I don't know if you need a motion, if you want to do that separate.
Okay,
I think we should do that by separate motion.
Yeah, I wonder, should we table the motion we currently have and act on it?
We didn't add his addition yet.
No.
We didn't. And that's what I'm wondering. Do we want to act on that?
We have to act on your motion.
All right.
Because we're under the 120-day rule. So we've got to approve the extension.
Oh.
And approve
yes. Okay.
the extension of consideration of 8A
yes.
and B, both to March 5th.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'll be in violation of the 120-day rule.
All right.
And the project will be approved.
Got it. So are we ready to call the question?
Yeah, we could. Any other thoughts? So we've got a motion in front of us to approve the extension for 8A and B, plus to March 5th, plus the approval of the extension request by the developers for the redevelopment of 7200 France to for 30 days to March 5th, 2015. Any more discussion on that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Carried.
Then regarding Councilmember Staunton's request, we're going to bring that back to you on February 17th. So
okay, that's fine then. I don't think we need a motion so long as it's understood the direction that we're looking for.
Understood.
All right, thank you.
All right, we are on to second reading of the honey beekeeping ordinance. Mr. Bittner here? Who's handling this matter? Oh, Diane, I saw Diane Plunkett Latham is coming forward to deal with this proposed ordinance change on a second reading basis. We've got a red line version here. Oh. Okay. You've just passed one out that's been circulated up and down the dais. That's the one we should be looking at, I take it.
So scratch the one that came in the packet?
Correct.
Cleaned up. Yep.
This afternoon, Member Brendel sent a request for a few changes. Some were of a housekeeping nature, and they represent no problem from the perspective of the committee on this, and I certainly can recommend them. Would you like me to lay this on the camera so others can see it, or is it sufficient what you have there?
We'll just ask you a question.
All right.
Do you want me to?
Member Brendel, you have.
Why don't I talk about the changes? If you go to page 2.
Yep.
Halfway down the page. E, beekeeping equipment shall be maintained in good condition, period. Unused beekeeping equipment must be protected to prevent occupancy by swarming honeybees. If painted but are peeling and flaking, we don't talk about that on houses, and we don't talk about that on garages. So I didn't think that we needed to talk about it on an apiary. So the main point here was to keep it in decent condition and to protect unused hives from being used. And then the other one in G is just correct the spelling of requeening.
That is correct. None of these problems represent any, none of these changes represent any problem.
Who would be dealing with this from an enforcement standpoint?
Perhaps the city manager can respond to that. I've been assuming it is the animal control officer.
Actually, we're still having some discussion about that, as we are the appeal standards for how we will make some decisions regarding when we do have appeals. But we are talking about animal control and also our health division as possibilities for enforcing this.
Mr. Mayor?
Maybe that full-time forester could take this on, too. Member Stoughton?
So Manager Neal, am I correct that we have not imported any standards for making the decision on appeal into this?
At this time, we have not. We've had some. We have some that have been proposed by Ms. Plunkett-Latham, and also some input from staff. We just have not. We did not have sufficient time to give them a full staff review prior to this meeting to make the due date of the packet.
And I can certainly appreciate that, but I think it's premature without that. I mean, that was really my chief concern the last time around, was to get those standards into the ordinance. And I think we did a first reading the last time around.
We did. This is second reading.
And so I guess I'd be, if it's not premature, Mr. Mayor, I'd make a motion to continue this until our next meeting so that the standards can be brought back.
All right. We got a motion and a second to continue this until our next meeting.
And we will have our staff review on that aspect done prior to in time for that meeting.
And if that's timely, if you need more time than that, let us know.
I just want to mention I will be out of the country. The next meeting I would be available for would be March 17th.
Okay.
Is that okay?
And I appreciate Commissioner Latham's work on this, and I know that the standards, it sounds like you've done some work on those standards, and staff and the city attorney, I think, can put those together, and we can move this thing along in your absence.
Are you comfortable resetting your motion to move it to March 17th for reconsideration?
If that works better, I'm fine with that.
The seconder would agree to that as well?
Sure.
All right. So we got a motion and a second to table this matter, continue this matter until March 17th for purposes of second reading. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Now we're on to ordinance 2015-03, which is proposed ordinance change concerning bicycle lanes. Thank you, Ms. Latham. We'll see you on the 17th of March. Have a good trip.
Mayor, I'll take this next item.
Thank you.
Ordinance number 2015-02 amends Chapter 26 of the Edina Code concerning bicycle lanes. Per Minnesota state statutes, the city must designate those portions of the roadway that are considered bicycle lanes, and last year we completed the Olinger Boulevard project from Vernon Avenue to Tracy Avenue. So this ordinance amends Chapter 26 to include that bicycle lane along that portion of Olinger Boulevard. Staff is requesting approval of first reading of the ordinance and waiving second reading by council this evening.
I'll make a motion for this and to waive second reading.
I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second to approve this ordinance, waiver of second reading included. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Staunton.
Aye.
Member Stewart.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. All right, now we're going to discuss a potential passage of an ordinance on an interim basis that would deal with temporarily prohibiting medical cannabis manufacturing and distribution facilities in the city of Edina. I don't know how this fell to the Economic Development Director, but
well,
I'm kind of interested in hearing how you usurp community health on this.
We had a discussion with this as staff. It does not really fit well in anybody's purview, but we've had some interest from the folks who are trying to site a dispensary. We don't really have a very good sense of what a dispensary acts like and how it works as a land use, and so we thought from the standpoint of just preparing ourselves for that potential use, this is a tool available to us, and I'll ask Mr. Neuendorf to explain it further.
That's a great overview. About a month ago, we learned that the operator of medical marijuana facilities are seeking locations for their new dispensaries. One of their target areas is the Edina, Bloomington area. And when staff looked into this type of use, we realized that there's nothing in our ordinances that really specifically anticipates or addresses this particular user. While I don't have knowledge that they're looking at any one particular address, we felt that we should have time to study this to make sure where this use is most appropriate, under what conditions it is appropriate or not. And with the level of interest that's been expressed, also with some of our neighboring communities passing similar moratoriums to study this situation, we thought that we should make sure that we have adequate time to do what's best for the city. And that's why we're requesting that we issue a moratorium to study this further.
Questions for Director Neuendorf? Member Brindle?
Just a comment. We took similar action with e-cigarettes. I was actually driving around and saw vaping lounges in Bloomington and Richfield and came back and said, we better do something because it could happen here. And not that it would end up being a bad thing if we had decided that it wasn't a bad thing. But we did put a moratorium on considering that for a while in order to do this same thing, to have our health commission look at it, to look at how the state was going to look at it, and to look at how neighboring cities are handling that. So when this came across, I sent a note to Manager Neal and said, seems like we can follow our same pattern in just being very thoughtful and very careful with this as well. So that's how I view it.
Member Stewart?
Manager Neuendorf, this seems to be an open-ended moratorium, so until we finish our studying and then either allow or permanently disallow?
I think it's a 1 year.
Yeah,
or is it a 1 year?
It's open-ended as to the result, but there is a time restriction. We
Yep.
can't think about it forever. So we requested a 12-month restriction. That should give us ample time to study it. The concern and the reason that we asked for a little bit longer period is because this is not on any commission's work plan. It's kind of out of the blue, so I don't think we're going to be able to begin a study immediately. I didn't want to rush it. I want to give it the time appropriate. But
Okay.
there is a time
and
restriction.
Then if we do need more time, we could give ourselves more time a year from now.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, yeah. Attorney Knudsen, you might want to opine on that.
Yeah.
12 months is it.
12 months, that's what I thought. 12 months is it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Manager Neuendorf? If we see you again, you will realize you think it's an economic development opportunity.
I'll move
There's potential, but...
Second.
We had a motion and a second to impose a temporary moratorium on the medical cannabis manufacturing distribution facilities in the city of Edina, imposing it for 1 year.
Do you want to waive second reading?
My motion will include that.
Yeah, with a waiver of second reading.
Accept.
All right. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Stewart.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Staunton.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. And then next, in this portion of the agenda, we've got a update on the redevelopment work that's being done over at Grandview, which is the former public works site. And again, Manager Neuendorf.
Yes, thank you. And this evening I'll be joined by Dave Anderson with Franchu. And we have a presentation that we wanted to show. Excellent. So back in November, the city entered into a partnership agreement with Franchu to study different options and do some preliminary development planning for the city's vacant public works site behind Jerry's Foods and across from OLG Church. So since that time, we've been actively engaged in getting the design team up to speed with some of the past studies and past surveys, but also digging deeper and exploring further. So what we wanted to do was give you a briefing regarding where we are in that process and some of the preliminary, not findings, but preliminary themes that we're hearing. On the screen is an overview of the development planning process. And we're in stage 3, where we're starting to prepare scenarios. And the way the system is structured, or the process is structured, we hope to build and deliver 2, 3, maybe even 4 good options, ultimately for the consideration of the community and the city council. Those options would be delivered in April. So we're still in the exploratory phase, doing data collection. We've reviewed a number of the past surveys and studies. Back in December, we had about 130 people attend a large general public exploration session, is what we termed it, where we got a great deal of input, a great deal of comments, and some real good idea sharing that helped the design team get started. We've also had smaller conversations, a little bit more intimate settings, with the number of small groups. We've had about 6 or 7 of those so far, and more scheduled in this next month. We visited each of our boards and commissions, and we've also had a number of online comments via Facebook, via the Speak Up Edina platform, and we also have a roving suggestion box. Maybe some folks have seen it, but it's a suggestion box that it's been at the senior center, it's been at the Edina liquor store, it's been at Jerry's Foods. It's at the Edina Community Center this week and next week. So we're really trying to get as much input as we can on this project. In our initial outreach, we've offered and reached out to as many different groups that we could find, as well as the general public. So we've contacted over 120 different community groups, sports groups, education groups, youth groups. And again, our mission there is to really try to find out some of the best ideas, some of the biggest areas of support. We've also met collaboratively with our partners and their designers on 2 occasions to start to synthesize all this data, because frankly, there's about 5 years of data and opinions and good suggestions. But our challenge, the challenge that was given to us by the council, is to start putting that together and start creating some good options to consider. So we've started that work. And the core of my update tonight is really to identify some recurring themes and some preliminary concepts that have been trickling to the top. And I think the first and foremost thing to recognize is there's a great deal of opinion about the property, what to do with it, how to use it. That opinion is strong, it's passionate, and it's diverse. There's also a clear recognition that some city facilities, some school facilities are outdated and need some updating or improvement. One of the themes that we've heard persistently is a level of dissatisfaction with the Edina Community Center. That's interesting because that's not actually even operated by the city, but that's one of the, and it wasn't a question we asked, but it's been one of the recurring comments that we're hearing. There also seems to be a clear recognition that the Grandview District functions as a neighborhood commercial center, as opposed to an area like Southdale where it's more of a regional draw. There's also been very passionate and persistent concerns with the cost of new public facilities and the impact to our taxpayers. Related to that comment, it's usually followed up by concern with the pending question coming up by the school board about a referendum for new facilities there. There's just concern about how much tax the taxpayer can bear. There's also a preference to coordinate improvements and work together with the city and the school district. That's been a recurring theme. And I think the underlying, or one of the most important comments we hear is the importance of having a community gathering space that's welcoming to all ages. And those are two phrases I hear quite a bit in big groups, individual conversations, and in small groups. All ages and welcoming. There's also recognition that the transportation network throughout the Grandview District is ready for some improvements, both on the large level and the smaller level. So out of all the comments, and there's been hundreds of comments that have been collected, those are some of the themes that we keep hearing persistently.
Would you click back to that prior slide just a moment? With regard to the importance of community gathering space, welcoming to all ages, was there a distinction between indoor and outdoor, or both?
There's definitely a preference for both, yes. Yeah, and it's been interesting as we talk to the general public of a variety of ages, we hear that indoor space and outdoor. When we talk to a more senior population, hear a similar theme. We spent half a day at the high school a couple weeks ago, heard from about 100 students there, same theme. Welcoming to all ages with an indoor space and an outdoor space. So that's why it ended up on our recurring comments.
Okay, thank you.
And at this point, with all the comments we've received, there's a number of desires and requests regarding how this space could be used. And again, while there's no clear agreement, there's no overwhelming level of support for any one particular use at this point, but there are, again, recurring suggestions and comments for 4 or 5 different types of facility. When it comes to the mixture of facilities, having a public component and a private component, there seems to be widespread support for that, although certainly it's not unanimous. The key distinction for the public and private combination is that the public piece has to be significant. So far, no one's had, or there's been no agreement on a specific square footage or percentage or things like that. But the comment that I hear often is the public space has to be a significant public space. It can't be a little 10 by 10 booth someplace. And then the types of uses that are trickling towards the top, the themes that we hear most frequently, a community recreation center, a community arts and culture center, a performing arts center, or a multi-purpose community center that would, again, be welcoming to all ages and would include indoor and outdoor spaces and be flexible to meet the needs for different groups, for different populations at different times. Those are the 4 types of public spaces that we hear most frequently.
Are those in order of frequency, or
they're just in the order that I listed?
No particular order.
No.
Okay.
No. And at this point, just from it's too early to analyze the data. We're still collecting it. I couldn't even tell you if there's a front runner in those 4, but there's definitely strong support for each of those 4. There's also, these are kind of miscellaneous comments, but relevant. There's been a widespread concern and recognition that our parks are important to this community. There's also a preference for open space. We tested that with some of the different groups, especially some of the smaller groups where we could have more of a conversation. It was difficult to have an open conversation when you have 130 people in the room, but as we got to a smaller level and we could have more direct conversations, the interest in parks and open space was still there, but there was also the recognition and frankly the question of whether or not that space is the best place for a park and open space, sandwiched in between railroad tracks and a highway next to the loading dock of a grocery store and next to a water treatment facility. And that kind of counterbalanced the desire for parks in the city. We've also heard persistently about more restaurants in Grandview, and depending on the population, depending on the people that we ask, sometimes it's a sit-down family restaurant. From some very busy moms and dads, it's a fast food restaurant to grab dinner or lunch while you're on the way to practice, that type of thing. There's also persistent support for fast casual, like a Chipotle type of thing, especially amongst our folks that are residents that are in their teenage years, in their 20s and their 30s. That fast casual is really persistent. And then we've also heard a lot about housing. And again, there's strong interest on a variety of levels. I've heard interest for market rate housing. I've heard interest for senior housing. I've heard interest of housing, but not specifically focused to one group, be it open for all. And then there's also many voices that bring up the issue of affordability of our housing stock, with suggestions that if we do housing there hopefully can be a component that's affordable to folks at middle incomes as well. So those are the themes that we've heard so far. On this slide, I've called it preliminary desires. At this point, I haven't heard a distinct need, but more suggestions, things we'd like. It would be great to have this. You know, right now we have these needs met in other ways, but it would be great to do it here somewhere. So that's what we have so far. We're not done though, and that's why this is just an interim update. We'll still be doing data collection for another month, and then there is another large session public open house on March 11th. So that's forthcoming. I also have some slides that Dave was going to walk through. We've had a lot of questions about the public meeting that we had in December. We did a visual image survey where we showed participants about 120 different images, big buildings, small buildings, parks, trees, benches, skate parks, all different types of things, and asked people to tell us what they like the best and tell us what they like the least. And we have a quick comparison that shows what some of those trends are that we're hearing. Again, this isn't the final solution, but I thought it's interesting to share.
All right. Thank you.
So I'll let Dave walk through these briefly, and then I'll wrap up at the end.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Dave Anderson with Frau and Schuh, 7101 West 78th Street. As Bill sort of walked you through tonight, a lot of the preliminary work that we focused on is really forming the baseline of understanding some of the desires, some of the interests of the community at large, and the December 4th workshop was certainly a good start towards that. You know, there's a lot of other background information related to desires and interests and how Grandview in the public works site fits into future development potential. And the December 4th workshop really let us sort of delve into that more so in a meaningful way. We talked about strengths, weaknesses, opportunities for the site. We went through a visualization exercise looking at these images, and what you're seeing on the screen are some of the preference images when you're looking at form, mass, and character of buildings. And some of the themes, both on your left is the preference from the December 4th workshop, and the preferences from the January 15th workshop with the high school students. And just to show you how some preferences emerged, some similar, very similar buildings in terms of, again, form, mass, and character. We weren't really asking people to cast an opinion on architecture per se, but just that sense, you know, the scale, the feel. A lot of these buildings have a relationship between both the built structure and the street, or the built structure and the common exterior elements around them, some public space elements. So we really gleaned that from this type of exercise. Moving to public spaces, we learned some preferences for, obviously, a lot of green elements, ways to bring that into the texture of the site. walking and connectivity, certainly was another theme that sort of emerged. And again, that relationship between the built environment and the street scape, and also that transparency that you can create between outdoor and indoor space. We saw that both in the form, mass, and character, as well as public space concepts that came through, and this would just be some examples of that. Again, these were preferences of many different photos that people were seeing, but we're just, again, trying to gain a glimpse at some of the things that appeal, generally speaking. Streetscape and parking. What you see here is modes of transportation. Obviously, again, pedestrian, bicycle, transit, again, an active street. These are examples of what were preferred. Other visual opportunities that were given were some monolithic parking structures and surface parking, which scored very low. Just to give you some contrast, there were much less preference for some of those concepts. Uses, events, and activities. We had a category that touched on the kinds of things that could occur in outdoor public space. And you see here a little bit of a blend of both active uses in the public realm as well as maybe some more passive uses, quiet space, maybe some activities at our group, but also, again, some active types of activities that are both year-round, seasonal, multifaceted. Those kinds of concepts rang true when you see some of the preferences that emerged in this visualization. So again, these are good starting points for us given where we're at. We're really now at the point where we're delving into the site sort of as this discovery process has been helpful to begin to really delve into due diligence about the property, the physicality of the site, the constraints around it, the opportunities it presents. We still look at the Public Works site really as a catalyst site, and you think about Grandview as a district-wide setting, and I think we can't lose sight of that really what's being done here is to set a form that catalyzes future development opportunities both on and around this site for a long period of time to come. So we think we're on the right track towards bringing that forward, and now we'll delve into the development of the scenarios that Mr. Neuendorf mentioned that's happening now, will continue to happen, and we'll be ready by March 11th to share some of those concepts, some of those ideas, certainly not in a final form, but it will give the public an opportunity to give us some additional feedback on the kinds of opportunities for the site. So I'll just conclude here by mentioning that again, the preparation for the next discovery session, March 11th, will be to really work further on these recurring themes, analyze the public comments that continue to come in, have came in, but will continue to come in, and really apply some of these themes and trends to the opportunities for the mix and the types of uses that will be brought together. These redevelopment scenarios are going to come not only with the physical form that's possible, but also the market, economic, and physical reality of development, and we can't lose sight of that. What we want to bring forward is what is real and what is the true look at the elements of a project in order to be able to advance it into a real development. And so the financial modeling, both from the private sector uses and the public sector uses, will be part of that dialogue, both March 11th and going on towards final presentation of the development options. Terry Manerick is also here with Confluence. He facilitated the December 4th session. Terry'd be happy to answer any other questions you might have about the workshop on December 4th or with the high school. But we're very pleased about the progress, and we'd love to answer any more questions you have.
Good. Questions for Mr. Anderson or for Manager Neuendorf? For Confluence? Terry? Member Stewart?
I attended the December 4th exploration session. I'm glad that you feel like you got some good output from that. I actually thought it was a very badly run meeting. I felt that you had a large group there. I think more people than you anticipated, which was great because it's good to get that kind of engagement. But with a big group, it's important to explain what you're doing at each step and bring them with you down the journey. I think people, we had initially pieces of paper that we were writing notes on, and then we had the clickers for the pictures. And I think that many people left there feeling frustrated. It was the feedback that I got from a lot of people, that they felt like they were clicking on things that they liked, but they weren't sure exactly what they were supposed to click on and why, and some of the things were outrageously good or outrageously bad and certainly didn't fit on the site. We may have set you up to fail as well, because we've left this as a very open-ended use. And so we had factions that were already hardened that were participating in the meeting, where you had the group that wanted this for public art, and you had the group that wanted it for recreation, and so I don't know how you deal with the hardened factions like that, but we need to find a way to help get the whole community to collaborate instead of fight over what we're going to have there. But I agree, Mr. Anderson, with your statement that we need to do, or we need to have a process that thinks about this not just for this site, but in terms of how it rejuvenates all of the Grandview area. And so I'm still struggling to figure out how it creates the kind of connectedness in Grandview and kind of the makes that more of a nice destination area, not just this unique building as a destination building. And as long as I'm on that, as long as we're considering still the lid, and I know there's a study being done on that, I think it's important to incorporate, if we're going to do anything along those lines, incorporate that into the whole Grandview plan, because they're right next to each other, so it's important to treat those together. So.
Thanks. Member Staunton.
Thanks, Bill and Dave. I appreciate your presentation. I just want to say that I'm really excited about this, maybe because I've been waiting 5 years to get to this stage. I think, Mr. Anderson, I like some of the things you talked about, in particular the notion of a catalytic place that we're trying to create in the Grandview phase 1 and 2, and the framework that the council unanimously adopted almost 3 years ago now. We talked about this being a destination, neighborhood destination that would be a catalyst for private development and other development around it. And I really liked the word you used, transparency between public and private, or between indoor and outdoor spaces. And I think that's one of the things that's going to be really key here, is flexibility, transparency, not just between indoor and outdoor, but between public and private. One of the things that I think is going to be really challenging is not to build a space that's obsolete the day after it's complete. And in order to accomplish that, I think we have to really think innovatively about how we build flexible space that can evolve over time, that can breathe over time, that can adapt to what new things are happening in the world. I mean, if you think about our kind of culture, 20 years ago, we weren't really even talking about coffee shops as gathering places. 10 years ago, we weren't talking about tap rooms. What will it be 5 years from now? What will it be 10 years from now? We need to build a place that can evolve into those things and be a destination, but also be, a small C community center. I mean, this lays right between City Hall on one end and the library on the other end, and it can provide an incredible link that can help make this whole area a terrific place. And then finally, we've been doing a lot of work on this for a long time in the kind of dream mode. And one of the reasons I'm very excited about this stage is that I think this is a time when we can talk about real proposals in a real financial context. Bill, you mentioned in your remarks some of the reactions that we're getting from our public, and I think appropriately so, given the school district referendum that's upcoming, the big facility that we just built out near Braemar. We need what we do here to be financially responsible, to be financially feasible. And I think if we do the right combination of public and private, we can accomplish that and accomplish all of these kinds of destination catalytic places that we're looking for. So my message today is to aim high. I can't wait to get started on this next phase because it's been a long time in the making, and I think some of the things that Councilmember Stewart talked about in terms of the meeting, there's a lot of people who care a lot about this place, and that's a good thing. And so as we get closer to really doing something, people get nervous about things they care a lot about. And so some of us, people are going to be a little testy, and that's okay, and we just need to kind of roll with it and make sure we're still listening and make sure we're still gathering information. And I think we can do some really exciting things, and I'm really looking forward to working together on this.
Thanks for those remarks. Well spoken from a guy who's worked on this for 5 years. Anyone else? Member Brindle?
I don't have any preconceived notion of what I want this to look like. I know that there's certainly an evolution that's going to be obvious, and that is that when commuter rail, not if, but when commuter rail does go through, this is an area that's going to have to embrace it. So it's going to have to be something that is designed with the idea that it is forward moving and going to embrace the changes that are going to happen in our city as we go forward. I mean, that's really all I have to say. I mean, I'm just excited to see something begin here that we can start to now put form to, and so I applaud your efforts. And I echo Member Stewart's comment that this is such from the get-go, this has been a new process for us, and maybe we had such a loose list of here's how we're going to start that the expectations weren't there for you nor for how people were going to get there and what their expectations were going to be once they got there at the December meeting. Because I did hear people say, I don't know what I was there for. Certainly I thought I was going there for this because it told me, bring my ideas. And so I hoped that didn't get this off on the wrong foot. But looking at some of the feedback you got with the clickers and what one group selected as its preferred and another group selected as its preferred, it was good to see they weren't identical. Some things copied from one place to another, but there were certainly things that the students selected that the other group did not. And I always look at what students select. I mean, that's where I'm most curious, is what appeals to them. So I'm very excited to watch this start to take shape. So thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. It's quite a journey, and there's some interesting things going on, as more eloquently stated by other folks up on the dais here. So you're doing good work. Thank you. All right, we've got a resolution in front of us accepting various grants and donations.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2015-15, accepting donations on behalf of the city. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Donations this reporting period were to the Edina Park and Rec Department from a variety of sources, including the Edina Lions Club, the Waters, and the Community Foundation. And their names will be on the website. And We're on to correspondence and petitions. I'm assuming we had everything on the dais this evening, that nothing further has come in?
Nope.
All right, good. Any aviation noise update by either Member Swenson or Manager Neal, in addition to what we heard earlier this evening?
There were several of us from the city that were at the last public NAC input meeting, which was held at Richfield City Hall last Wednesday night at 7. And just the same kind of abbreviated report, and took any comments at the time. You didn't even have to sign up. They had a lot of space. Nothing outstandingly different than what you've been hearing. So.
All right. Manager Neal, anything aviation related?
We are putting together what we call the leave behind literature for the trip to DC. The aviation noise piece is like as it was last year, will be sort of a leading issue for us with our federal elected officials. So we'll be putting together some language behind that, and we'll get some assistance from some resources, and we'll put that together and we'll share that with you before we do it. But I just wanted to let you know that we're in the process of putting some materials together that around that subject matter.
All right, good. Thank you. Next portion of the agenda, Mayor and Council comments. We're going to start this segment out this evening with a discussion of the City Manager's employment agreement. I think we've all been involved in this, but part of it was handled in closed session in terms of the evaluation. We have a contract in front of us this evening along with an accompanying memorandum. I'm going to ask the City Manager to comment on that momentarily, but pursuant to Minnesota Statutes 13D.05, Subdivision 3A, the City Council held a closed meeting to evaluate the performance of City Manager Scott Neal. Summarizing the conclusions of that evaluation, the Council concluded that he's doing an excellent job, and it's being reflected in this employment agreement that we've worked on with him. So, Manager Neal, do you want to, anything you want to say, or do you want to let the memo speak for itself?
I'll just say thank you. I've got a good gig, and I like working for all of you.
All right, so we need a motion to approve the proposed employment agreement with City Manager Scott Neal and direct the mayor and the city clerk to execute the agreement on behalf of the city.
I'd like to think about making a motion to continue this, because don't we need to report publicly on the performance? And shouldn't we do that before we do the employment agreement?
Manager Neal?
You just did.
We just did publicly on his performance.
I followed the strict construct of our city attorney and the remarks that I made.
I'm persuaded. Thank you.
So moved.
Need a
Second.
motion and a second. And further discussion. All those in favor of the motion as stated say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried.
Did you want to say more things other than the excellent work he's doing? He's really, Did you?
No, I just think it's important to do things in the right temporal order.
Yeah.
And
no, I just thought maybe you wanted to add to it.
Agreed.
My observation has been Scott's been doing good work. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Member Stewart. All right, now we will go to Member Staunton for council comments.
Well, Member Stewart and I had a terrific opportunity to spend 2 days at the League of Minnesota Cities training for newly elected officials.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, I think all of you had. I saw some of my colleagues from the city attorney bar, who I will see again this weekend. So I'm getting lots of teaching and review, and it was terrific. They do actually. For those who don't know, the League of Minnesota Cities does an unbelievable job of supporting cities with research, with training, with expertise, and it was really a great opportunity to not only learn a lot about what we're doing, but also meet a lot of great people from around the state who were there participating. So that is all I have to report on.
Good. Thank you. Member Swenson.
I have an odd request. Roger, can you tell me offhand, or can you tell me at a subsequent meeting, is it possible when you're doing affordable housing to designate that the first people that be allowed to apply work in the city? Because one of the things in our vision is we're trying to find more workforce housing for city employees, or is that a discriminatory way of doing it?
You could, I think it's hard to give a blanket answer to that. It depends on what is the source of funding for your affordable housing.
Okay. I thought you might ask that part. So if the source of part of the funding comes from the city, can you ask that?
For that part, since the city set up the affordable housing project,
I don't know.
if it's city funded, yes.
Yeah, okay. It's just hard when I'm looking through the vision that we're working on, is how do I continue to find affordable housing for people that work in the city, because that was one of the goals that's in this mission that we've been working on.
Now, if you're getting funding from other sources, you'd have to look to that source and see what their requirements are.
Okay. But it isn't generally ruled out necessarily?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And I will not be at the next meeting this month, so I will see you guys in March.
All right, very good. Member Brindle.
All right, I have 3. Last Friday, the I-494 Corridor Commission, which I've talked about a lot recently, but we had our legislative breakfast, and we talked about our transportation projects, and we were excited to thank Senators Franzen and Melissa Franzen and Melissa Wickland for introducing a bill to begin the funding for 35W494 to get that going. And we should also tip our hat to the city of Bloomington that is doing the same thing. So, that project is a huge one, and it's going to be with us for a while. Last Friday also, I attended an open streets meeting. If you're not aware, there is a group in Edina who is working on planning an open streets event that would occur in the late part of September on like a Sunday afternoon, and it would be 50th Street between like Utley Park and the Minneapolis City line on 50th on the east end. Rachel Thielemann of the 50th and France Association is very excited about this, to be able to showcase 50th and France. The organizations around the table at this are 494 Corridor Commission, 50th and France Association, Bloomington Public Health, the Edina Police Department, Transportation, Mark Nolan is there, Public Works, and so we'll probably have someone from our health department there as well when we start talking about food and licensing for food options. But an open streets event is an afternoon affair where probably a 4-hour period, 4 to 6 at the most hour period, you close a street and you invite the community to come and celebrate the fact that you can use a street for more than cars and just have a street party. So St. Louis Park does this, Richfield does this, City of Minneapolis does this, and so this is kind of moving forward, and they have asked if the City Council would please pass a resolution of support for this.
Okay.
Manager Neal. So, Open Streets.
Yes.
Would like the City Council to pass a resolution in support of having an Open Streets event in Edina. So I will just put that there.
Okay.
And we can draft something.
Okay.
Maybe we can look at what St. Louis Park did.
Okay.
Ann's out there in the audience. Okay, so the last thing is got a nice note from Kathy Dahlheimer, a person I hear from frequently, and she suggested, and I think this is a great idea, because as much as the Planning Commission makes important decisions, Right now, the Transportation Commission is making very important recommendations and decisions based on sidewalks and bike lanes and living streets, and the information in those meetings is of great interest to people. So televising those meetings would be a good idea. Park Board as well. When you look at what's being decided for the city's parks and the number of dollars really that are involved in those decisions, there are people who would love to see that on television.
Manager Neal.
We've had some discussion previously on that particular issue, and really the outcome of that discussion was the protocol we have now, where we have boards and commissions that are unlimited, so once a year type of televising. We're not sure. Jennifer Bennerat and I have discussed that a number of times. We're not sure about the value of that when people see the park board on TV once and then they don't see it again for another year, or what are they thinking they missed it, or what's happening there. That being said, televising them, putting them all into this space, which is really the only feasible space we have to televise a meeting like this, adds complexity to our schedule, adds cost to production. So I think what I would like to offer you is that we will we'll have some discussion about what that would look like and perhaps what it would cost and kind of schedule impacts, and we'll bring that back to you at a future meeting so you can have a sense of the value. Is the view worth the climb, I think, is what you're going to be asked to look at some point.
As I recall, when we looked at this before and inquired of the boards and commissions whether they wanted to be on television, they didn't want to be.
Plus, they don't want to,
They didn't want to be on television.
I can't obviously speak for them. Right. That's
true.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, it may not be up to them.
And it's
Might
not.
not be.
It's up to you. They're advisory to you, but we did seek some input from them, and that was the strong consensus that we received
From both Park Board and Edina Transportation, as I recall.
Right. But we'll take a look at that from a schedule standpoint, and we'll give you we'll come back and respond with how much it costs, how could we do it, what would it mean for this space, and how it's used.
Okay.
All right. Member Stewart.
Thank you. Looking back, I attended a MAC Noise Oversight Committee meeting with Member Swenson. That was a good education for me. Also attended a school board meeting on January 26th. Like to continue to find ways to collaborate with the school boards, so we're working in concert with them as we move forward. So, also, as Member Staunton said, we attended all-day training on Friday the 30th and Saturday the 31st at the Leadership Training Conference put on by Minnesota League of Cities. Also, yesterday there was a annual fundraising lunch for the Edina Education Fund. I would commend that organization to anyone who cares about high-quality education in Edina and continuing to keep a strong tradition of high-level education in the Edina Public Schools. It's a great organization, and they did a great job at yesterday's lunch. Yesterday, I was also curious about an invitation we'd gotten from a group that calls itself the Oliver Hudson Kelly Grange, which was meeting in the Grange building across from Perkins. So I went to that last night. My memory from history class was that Granges were important organizations in the agrarian communities of the last, actually even the century before last. And indeed, the Oliver Hudson Kelly Grange was founded in 1867, but it had been dormant for a while and was restarted about 3 years ago. But it does indeed harken back to a bucolic agricultural heritage. So pretty interesting. I want to put in some plugs. Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock at Public Works Department, there is a Living Streets Plan community feedback session that I encourage everybody to attend. Scott, am I stealing your thunder?
No.
Okay. There's also a session this Saturday, February 7th at 10 o'clock in the morning at the Edina Senior Center on the Living Streets plan. So I'd encourage people who are interested in those things to attend those, one of those sessions. Also, for the Grandview site, there's an input session scheduled for Wednesday, March 11th at 7 o'clock. And I'm not sure the location, so we'll have to make sure that it gets posted. I also would like to put in a plug for, I have a child who's a senior in high school at Edina High School, and I'm just so impressed by the activities at the high school that are both just great development things for the young people who participate in them, but many of them are also great entertainments for the community. So I'm going to go down a quick list here. Boys basketball team currently 15-6. Tonight is playing against Blaine at the Community Center, and there are additional games coming up. The girls basketball team, which is 11-5, also playing against Blaine tonight at Blaine. The boys hockey team currently ranked second in the state with a record of 16-1-2. Will be playing at Wayzata on Thursday, at Hopkins on Saturday, and back in Braemar Arena against Minnetonka on February 12th. The girls hockey team, which is ranked 5th in the state, currently 12-7-1, will play Prior Lake on Friday in the sectional quarterfinals. So they're already starting their post-regular season play. Also winter sports, I need to mention the comp cheer and dance teams, the gymnastics team, which has the varsity sectionals on Valentine's Day all day, Nordic and alpine skiing teams, and the boys swimming and diving team. I should mention girls swimming and diving is a fall sport. Synchronized swimming is a spring sport. But the boys swimming and diving team has a meet at Wayzata on Friday, and they're back at the Southview swimming pool on Friday, a week from Friday, against Minneapolis Southwest. And our newly independent Edina High School wrestling team has a triangular meet this Thursday. I don't know the time. I should also mention the great event. The boys hockey team hosted a function on January 25th called Skate with the Hornets at Braemar Arena, and that was to help raise money for money and food for the local food shelves for Veep. 7th year in a row they've done that. Also, as I mentioned 2 weeks ago, the Pops concert is coming up the last 2 weekends in February. It's a fantastic deal. One particular drummer is especially good. And the robotics team has a robot reveal at noon on Valentine's Day. So all these are great things being done by these kids. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. There's a new future there for you somewhere, I think, in making sure that we're all aware of these things, other than searching on a website. That was great. And get their standings in the state. I didn't know all of those things, some of them, but not all of them. See, after our last meeting 2 weeks ago, I attended the TAB meeting the next day. That continues on with its important work with those federal highway trust fund monies that come down to the region, spending about $90 million a year. We're just working on the criteria for the next authorization period that's coming up. And then on the 24th, which was Saturday, I got invited to a brunch with the folks from Wajir County that were here at our last council meeting. So Siad Abdullahi put that on. I went down there and visited with those folks, including the deputy governor. So it was a nice way to kind of say goodbye to them. On the 27th, I spoke to the Coldwell Banker Realtors and gave them an update on what's happening in the city, kind of a mini state of the city, and did the same thing again the next morning with the Ham and Eggs Club with a PowerPoint that Director Teague put together for me. On the 29th, I helped kick off the U.S. Figure Skating Association synchronized sectionals for the Midwest and the Pacific area. Teams here from Tennessee all the way to California. 2,500 kids, 170 teams, and Manager Neal was out there Friday night, I believe, and you can report on that. But it was spectacular in the morning on Friday, and Susie Miller from our staff and a bunch of volunteers did just a wonderful job of hosting. People were quite impressed. Tomorrow, as Manager Neal mentioned, 1 o'clock, we've got a meeting with folks from the Metropolitan Design Center. Some of them are coming over to talk about these issues of height and density with us and see if they can lend a helping hand to a suburb that's dealing with some of these issues. And I think we're the first suburb that's contacted them to to have this conversation. The Connecting with Kids breakfast is on the morning of the 6th at the Edina Country Club. That conflicts with something that I think Member Swenson and Manager Neal were thinking about going to, and that's the up in the air what's ahead for Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Delta Public Policy Forum at the Wells Fargo Center downtown. And then, of course, on Saturday night, this Saturday night is the Chamber Gala, and that's always a big event in the community. So that's a little bit about what has occupied some of my time in the past 2 weeks and what will occupy it in the next few days. Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've got a couple of things, and really I'm not sure that they require any action from council. The first is just to give you an update on the 66 West apartments. I know that council members have been receiving, and we've been receiving here at City Hall, citizen feedback that we could perhaps be part of the funding. We could be a funding vehicle, an early funding vehicle, actually, for that development project. There are many different ways that we could participate in that project, ranging from just giving them expedited approvals on some of the additional approvals they'll need, mostly that are in-house with staff reviews and so forth. We could write letters for their grant requests supporting their funding, and we have been doing that, ranging all the way to the other end of providing them direct financial assistance. There's other ideas of redirecting some of our community development block grant their direction, looking at how we apply, or if we apply, our building permit fees, our sewer access charges, our water access charges, and of course, what can we do in terms of using our Southdale 2 TIF authority that we received in last year's legislative session that was specifically oriented for affordable housing. So there are a range of these options. I think what I would advise you as council members to do is just begin thinking about where your comfort level is. We have a fair amount of discretion in this area. We don't have a lot of past experience granting these kind of concessions to residential projects, particularly affordable housing projects in town. So we will at some point here in the spring and early summer schedule a work session for you to have this discussion. We don't have, because we don't have an active program, we don't have a form for people to fill out and submit to us, giving us their proposals. So we will, we've already had some staff-to-staff meetings with Beacon. I'm sure we'll have some additional ones, but just wanted to give you a sense that yes, you have some discretion to do it. You have some discretion not to do it. We'll have a work session scheduled here in the not too distant future to have a more detailed discussion about it.
You should probably include in that discussion what our resources look like with this TIF district that was formed, either immediate or over time, so that regardless whether it's this project or some other type of affordable housing we want to lend assistance to, we've got a sense of what we're working with from a financial standpoint.
That's exactly right. We have engaged Ellers Financial to do a TIF study for us to give us a sense of what our resources are in that Southdale 2 TIF district that we would be using this from. So we did, we were pretty active and aggressive in seeking that authority in last year's legislative session because we wanted to do some affordable housing projects in the Southdale area. We've got some authority, special authority that other cities don't have, so we should endeavor to use it. So that's coming, more of that soon. The next item on my list is liquor ordinance review, and we've got a presentation. So what we've designed here for you tonight is just to give you, is to get your input on this proposal, this format actually, to take a comprehensive review of Chapter 4, but also any other related liquor-related provisions in our city code. We have a city ordinance that we've been making adjustments to, amendments to, a little by little over the past couple of years. What I'm proposing is that we take a crack this year at taking a comprehensive review of that particular ordinance and that particular subject matter, especially given the idea that, or especially given the situation that some of our merchants who are in direct competitors, who have direct competitors in Minneapolis, particularly at 50 and France, but in other places too, now have a different competitive environment now that Minneapolis has changed substantially its liquor ordinance in regard to food and the food liquor ratio. So we have some businesses that are interested in us doing this. Staff have some interest in doing it as well. We have liquor ordinance provisions that affect our own property that we'd like to take a look at and maybe propose some alternatives to you. If we could go to the next stage. So this just describes the process and engagement. The completion of this process is done when you adopt a new ordinance. Karen Kurt would be our lead facilitator in the sense that she would be charged with bringing together licensing that Ms. Mangan takes care of, the chief as authority to for the law enforcement piece, and Bill Neuendorf from the business piece. And this is the timeline that we'd outline, taking a staff review of Chapter 4 in March and just kind of plotting through a month-by-month time period until we present a final product for you to review in sometime in September. I think this timeline is a doable timeline given the workload that we have in other parts of our organization. It takes into account that we want to get upfront info from city council members to see where your comfort levels are. We're going to do some outreach to business reps and their associations. We've had some interest from Dan McElroy at the hospitality, the state hospitality group. He is interested in participating in this. But we also want to make sure our boards and commissions have a chance to chime in. Some of them have direct impact to this, and some of them don't. But we just want to make sure that folks that you have already shown some faith in have a chance to have comment on this as well. And then, of course, have some kind of public opportunity for people to see it, comment on it, and give us their input. And then ultimately, this is a decision of the City Council, so it comes back to you in an ordinance form. So if that timeline seems like that makes sense to you and the subject matter seems like that makes sense to you, this is what we'd like to move forward with for the liquor ordinance review.
Council members, comfortable with the proposed schedule there and the content? All right, good.
Before we adjourn, can I ask one question? Unless Mary
Certainly
had
can.
something.
I had one thing. Go ahead.
I don't know if Manager Neal is done with his comments.
Oh, you weren't done?
Just wanted to advise you also that the Weber Woods counter proposal has arrived from the city of Minneapolis. I'd like you to all take a look at their counter offer to us. We've had an initial discussion with staff in St. Louis Park, but we want to collect your input, and if we before we make another counter offer, we'd like to get you together in closed session again. As this is a real estate transaction, we have the ability to do that under state statute. We'll probably, I don't know what meeting we'll call that at. I suspect we'll call it at the March 3rd meeting. But we're doing some analysis of their counter and of some of the assumptions behind it. And as the mayor mentioned earlier, it was really incredible to see how our facility stood up and the kind of comments we got on Braemar Arena and Braemar Field from this weekend's figure skating competition. Director Catry and I did go out Friday night and got to see some of the presentation, but then we also walked around the various parts of the facility, and we heard from people from all over the country who told us this was the best facility combination they'd ever had a chance to go to, specifically because there are 3 ice rinks together and because of the dome. And the dome connection to that was that they had a large area for vendors of all the different products that figure skaters and their families buy, but also allowed all those different clubs and teams to have their little corner of the facility and to work out and to practice and warm up. And they say they just haven't had that opportunity anywhere else they've been. So it seemed like it was a favorite place to be, and they are anxious to come back in 3 or 4 years. That's all I've got.
Right. Okay. It caused you to, you got your question answered? Member Swenson?
Hold on.
Okay. Anything else from anyone? All right. We stand adjourned. Thank you.